The surge in hate crimes against Asian Americans only realize that, you know, black, brown, whatever, we are all in this together and we need to be allies.
The whole systemic, the discussion is about systemic racism in America, because Asian Americans fit into that too. And that's important for all Americans as we look at fighting white supremacy, white supremacy, white supremacy.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down, they wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt, they're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Shit, yes, we will, ladies and gentlemen. The only community making any difference in the world, and we're the only community that has a group saying that's not about some kind of apathetic, we're so sad and surrendering. Not today, not any day. We're starting off the day with a swash through by Yizz, the Unifier, 10 to 15 minutes or so, and we're going to check it out, what she has going on with News Fist and everybody else. Very exciting stuff. Then we're going to get into the rest of our gathering, featured stories, 15 facts about Carroll's allegations against Trump. You know, she just won $83 million against him. Youngkin deploying Virginia troops to the border. Scientists found murdered. Girl attacking her parents. Governor Little of Idaho sending state police to the border. The MAGA truckers are back, and they're heading for the border. 3 service members and many more injured in a drone attack in Jordan. It's anarchy, folks. It's anarchy. Go free lesson of the day. Whiteness is an abstraction that anti-whites have already defined. Get ready to participate in that part of our gathering. Your comments, calls, questions, Twitter space. And then there is this. I was in a philosophy class at university. I wasn't paying attention, and the professor decided to embarrass me. She said, "Jason, you see the shadow of 3 ducks on the wall in Plato's cave. You shoot one. How many ducks are left?" "None," I said, "because the shot scared them off." "You're wrong," said my professor triumphantly, "but I like your answer." She tried to move on, but I interrupted her. If 3 women leave an ice cream parlor and one is biting her ice cream, the second is using a spoon on her ice cream, and the third is sucking her ice cream, which one is engaged? The class laughed, and the girl boss professor, not wanting to be upstaged, replied, "The one sucking the ice cream." "Wrong," I said flatly. "The one wearing a ring, but I like your answer." Yes, we are going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is a glorious day here in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is 5 p.m. here, Eastern Standard Time, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we're going to have a glorious day. All of our platforms are up and running. And in just a moment, we're going to have Yizz, the Unifier, swash right through to tell us what's going on with her and her shows and the massive growth, the glorious growth. But before then, I will remind you all that you can financially gift while we are together. You can do so on Entropy, which is up and running. You can do so over on D-Live and their cryptocurrency, even though the anti-whites at the ADL don't like it. And you can also do so over at Odyssey, which is up and running. Yes, it is. And cash dollars or the cryptocurrency over there as well. Hello to those who are over at Rumble. Over the course of this gathering, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt on any of the platforms. I will see what you have to say, and I will jump on over and speak to your question or comment. You may also financially gift over here on a Cash App, which is up and running in cryptocurrency or cash dollars. You may also financially gift on Subscribe Star, which is up and running, and I'm keeping my eye on that. You may also financially gift by heading on over to nowhiteguilt.org, nowhiteguilt.org. You click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the 5 wallets that I use, 5 cryptocurrencies. You will be able to financially gift me there, and I will recognize you the subsequent week for the anonymous gift here in service to white well-being, ladies and gentlemen. You can also there find the snail mail address at which you can reach yours truly with the old-timey snail mail. A little guy on a mule will show up. It's epic. And I will read your letters here. We will pull them out of the thaumatological mail bag, and we will dig right into them. But before we do that, we are going to have a swash through with the one and only. Get your Raugus emojis together, ladies and gentlemen. It is Yizz, the Unifier. Hello, sister. How are you doing?
The one with the ring, but I like your answer. Oh, that was a good one. Thank you. I apologize for the stuttering of my cam. This is the one just built into my laptop. My actual cam I have set up on a different work computer for my Empire of Lies stream. So I wanted to leave it where it was. I didn't want to move it.
Smart.
But thank you for having me on again. It's been a while since I've been here. And I know that I'm here every week talking to people, but I haven't actually been on stream with you in a while.
Right. Definitely.
I assume swashing through today, you'd like me to talk about the success I've been having with Empire of Lies the last couple of months.
It's glorious. I love it. I love Empire of Lies. I love Discordant Dragons. Check it out, folks. Mike,
we all know about my Discordant Dragon stream on Monday nights and the fun that I have with that. But about 6 or 7 months ago, that Australian guy who lives outside of London, Chris Newsfist, my co-host for Empire of Lies, we became fast friends. We're about the same age. We have some similar video game interests and things, and we both sort of came to the same discovery about anti-whiteism and the corruption and the decay of our culture. We sort of stumbled into that around the same time together, around 10 years ago. And so we really hit it off and became friends. And when I shared with him the Go Free method and he looked into it, he was like, wow, this is awesome. This is great. Awesome. Because one of the main things that because he's kind of like a nerdy intellectual type that likes to read. And one of the things that he'd always had trouble with his regular friends and regular family is you can't just read 10 books from dead people and then go easily share that with people. Right. So that's one of the things he loved about the Go Free stuff. So since he and I both like to talk about sort of how our culture has gotten to here from the last 150 years, we decided to start an educational series about talking about everything from war machine stuff to the non-Marxist side of all of that, the capitalism, the commercialism, the stripping everything of meaning just to make $1 and all that stuff. We wanted to have a nice episodic series where we'll take books and papers and studies from the last 100 years that show how things have changed and why and who benefited from it. And I am sort of my part of the stream is to put the white well-being bow on it. That's what I do with each of our episodes. And he and I both use the 5 key terms, and we throw in ideas and concepts like meme pathogens and things. We use lexicon from the Go Free method during the stream as part of our general education. So we get to do what we want to do, and we're doing good work for white well-being because everyone that comes to listen for the intellectual work, they're getting they're getting the secondary education for the white well-being lexicon. Yeah. And on top of that, it's a really fun stream series where we're not black-pilled about it. A lot of the content creators that cover this kind of material, they don't tell you anything positive and they don't give you constructive ideas to implement in your life to make things better. They're just like, well, here's history. Look at how horrible everything is and why everything is miserable and there's no hope. We don't do that on our stream series. We like to focus all of our educational material on, well, here's what is, here's what some evil people did in the past, here's what evil people are doing in the present. This is why and how they do it. And here's how you can survive in this and do some good. This is how you can participate in the world that we live in without losing hope and actually protecting yourself and your loved ones with good ideas and good words. And so we just sort of have all of that came together. And it took us about 3 months to plan all this out and get some practice together. But it kicked off last November, and we've got 9 or 10 official episodes now. And we're planning on doing them for at least the next 3 to 4 months before we take a break and reassess the series. So every Thursday night, unless something comes up, one of us gets sick or something, on all 3 of my channels, YouTube, Rumble, and Odyssey, which some of you lovely champion moderators can be sharing in the chat right now, and I can share them once we get done speaking. Every Thursday night at the same time as my Discordant Dragons, 6 p.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. London time, we do a 1 hour packed with education, or what I like to say, edutainment. Well, we make it a little fun. We drop in some jokes, but the focus of the stream is really education. We have links prepared that you can study on your own. All of the data that we compile for the stream, we put the links in the description. They're available for everyone to look at and read on your own and come to your own conclusions. And we speak on it. We each type up, 500 to 1,500 words. Then we share that together and we work on it for about 3 hours on Tuesday. That's my floating work day. And so we're prepared and ready to roll with it each week, and we keep it fresh. So it's a really good stream series so far. I feel like we're doing good work. And I know that you like it because I'm heavily incorporating Go Free into it.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited about it. For all of the reasons you just said, people are able to come in there. They're able to get this information that they normally, so many of our people are not only fascinated, they want to know those things are legitimate. But then there's that information has been around. It's been compiled, and it doesn't activate. It doesn't galvanize. And right. In fact, if it's delivered the wrong way, it can sort of neuter and frighten people into doing nothing. So coupling it with the activism, the successful activism, the concepts of Go Free is a magnificent idea of yours. And I think that this series, Empire of Lies, you and Chris Newsfist are going to do really wonderful things for our people. And the audience numbers over there keep climbing. I can't be more excited about it.
The last, since my numbers have been growing more, for the last month or so, I've actually been hitting the numbers that I was getting before YouTube throttled me 2 years ago with Discordant Dragons. Wow. And now I think that we're actually getting success and growth, because the last 2 weeks we've gotten over 100 live viewers at once with Empire of Lies. So we're doing good. And one of the things that Chris and I talked about for the months of planning before we started is we noticed that on all of our favorite content creators, whether it's Black Pilled or whether it's Computing Forever or whether it's Academic Agent, all of these people like the Jolly Heretic over there with Professor Dutton, we noticed that these men cover things that we want to cover, but their audience is always so black-pilled and negative and hopeless. Yep. So we were like, we need to make something that will inspire people and give them ideas and words and behaviors that will actually make them feel positive, so they'll want to positively engage with others. Because if you attract a bunch of people that come to get your education or your entertainment, and all you do is make them miserable and feel hopeless, you're not doing anything other than fleecing sad people for money. And I don't like that. I feel bad about that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like I don't like that. So we discussed, how can we talk about all this stuff that these other content creators do for a living, but how can we make it different, and how can we make it positive? And of course, my angle was, well, Chris, we have to weave Go Free into it, because without white well-being at the forefront, you're not going to have applicable positivity and applicable change when you're talking about these critical issues, these racial issues, these civilizational issues we face. We have to do it through the lens of white well-being and positivity for our people. So that's why we make the focus of the stream talking about, this is what you can do, this is how you can protect yourself, this is how you can engage, and this is how you talk about the evil. This is how you talk about the bad people, because we want people to go away from it not just educated, but equipped.
Yeah.
Equipped for the battlefield we all find ourselves in. And that's where the Go Free part comes in. And so far, it's been an amazing success. And we get tons of positive feedback, comments, emails, retweets saying this series is amazing. So we're going to keep at it and keep making it better. And thank you guys. I know that so many of you in the White Wellbeing community, yourself included, Jason, so many of you helped me grow by sharing the links and telling friends about it. Thank you so much. You guys have definitely helped me grow, and I won't forget it. And I hope that all of us together are going to get towards that sunrise together, Jason.
Amen. Fantastic, folks. Make sure you watch. Make sure you're a part of the growth of this. Be somebody who is a player and not just an observer. You just tell everybody where they can find you, and then we're going to let you swash on out.
All righty. I see that people have already linked my excuse me. I see that people have already linked my links in chat, but I will do so as soon as I say goodbye and get off air. All three of my stream links will be incoming as soon as I say goodbyes. I also want to remind you, the best way, just like with following Jason on social media, the best way to know you won't miss my streams, follow Jason on Twitter, follow me on Twitter, follow me on Gab. And Jason, do you do Gab anymore? I don't remember. Do you still do Gab? You do.
Gab,
okay.
Yeah.
Because I know I follow you there. I'm not very active on Gab, but I do always use Gab, Minds, and Twitter to let people know when anything I'm doing is happening. I also have a Telegram group that's open. You can come in there and join if you want, hang out, talk, share stuff. I always post there. And I don't run my own Discord anymore, but in the Discords that I'm still a part of, I also post links in all of their shilling channels. So make sure that you follow me on at least one social media or on Telegram, because then it doesn't matter if YouTube or Rumble or whatever doesn't give you a notification. If you follow me and have your alerts on, you'll always know when I'm streaming. Same with Jason. Jason, there we go. So I'll be sharing all my stream links for you to join as soon as I say my goodbyes. Jason, thank you for having me on. Thank you for the support. And thank you so much for helping me get to where I am. And always, more than anything, thank you for the Go Free method. It's changed my life. It's changed my game up entirely. And it's just great. And I hope all content creators start incorporating it soon.
Well, God bless you. Yes, thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. Folks, 10 seconds, and we'll be right back. Oh my gosh, how absolutely epic. Yizz, the unifier. I feel like we should have some crowd cheering since we had Yizz swash through here in the beginning. Where's the raucous emojis, ladies and gentlemen? Prepper, is that what it says? Hello to you is here. Bio Spirit of the West is with us. Promethean Healing is with us. Nat Quinn, a good evening to you. Let's go, Bobby. While I'm still awake, UK time. Oh, it's late. It's late over there. Fit and healthy at any age is here. Great to see you, brother. The celebration here continues. And we're going to get right into the items we have to cover today, which are, let's begin with this. 15 facts about Jean Carroll. And she just sued the shit out of Trump. The tyranny is running amok. In the United States. Let me see if I can flip this around here. There we go. And I'll pull that up on my screen so that I can see it too. This is a real lovely woman here. Have you all seen yet? Have you all seen $3 million judgment? Jean Carroll's second defamation lawsuit. I mean, this is the tyranny. This is the corruption that knows no bounds. This is where the West has fallen because of anti-whiteism. It's blatant. It's in your face. And what can be done about it? This a message should be a clarion message should be reaching the conservatives out there. Generalized conservative people. We love them. But at the same time, they always, there's this idea, there's this sentiment that there is this place for redress, this place for recourse where goodness prevails. And there isn't. It's dead because you all have been pussies. That's why. Sorry for my language. It's dead. There isn't any because you all kept saying, oh, well, they're attacking us on the basis of our race. They're identifying and they're saying, kill all white people, white erase everything about white people. And you all have been saying, I'm handicapped, can't see color, can't see, while they're busy beating the shit out of you. You couldn't see it happening while they're busy harming your children. And we're going to look at a teenage girl and a couple of examples of why these other methods, these other strategies have failed in the past, and they will continue to fail for white people evermore. Going free, addressing the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism is the only way we can have success. And boy, we have success. We just had Yizz the Unifier swash through here, and everybody she touches is like gold, and they take it to the next level, and they start making a change, a difference in the world. So here you have a world now where if you are accused of rape and you say, that I didn't do that to that nasty bitch, you can be sued into oblivion by the nasty bitch. How does that sound for you? I mean, take a look at this thing. Look at this thing. She's barely alive. She's surviving on hamster blood. Just look at this gargoyle, this ghoul. Do you think she's lived a normal, healthy life? The entirety of her life has been waged against the biospirit of the West. And is she white? Because if that's the case, then she's been at war trying to exercise her very essence from her existence. My friends, that is how you sell your soul to the devil. $83.3 million for defaming her. However, what has continually fallen under the radar is the fact that she's a crazy psycho bitch and serious concerns with the woman's entire story. Yet she was awarded tens of millions of dollars. Carroll originally came out with her story in 2019 detailing the alleged incident, claiming that Trump sexually assaulted her in a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room. I can tell you one thing. Trump, I'm not with him. I don't travel with him. I don't know him personally, but I can tell you this. He's not going to assault anybody in a place with a name that ugly. I'm going to tell you that right now. If there's anything that Trump has, it's class. And no assault is going to take place in a place called the Bergdorf. Okay? Let's just be real. She claims he pulled down her tights to put them over her head, forcing his fingers around my private area, which is what your bank account, thrusts his unit, she says, halfway or completely. That's where she's trying to insult him there, when really that's always just an insult on the woman, because that space can be made almost any size. And if it's been made a size that you don't feel anything anymore, that's on you. That's what you've been doing. You've been on the carousel. You've been doing some raunchy, nasty shit. They're like little midgets living up inside of there, and they're mining away. And you're going to say, oh, it's the guy. Whatever. I'm not certain inside of me. Yeah, she's not certain. She's got no insides. The whole thing is just hollowed out. That's why she doesn't feel anything. Trump has vehemently denied the allegation over the years of prompting. Did you see her with Jake Tapper on CNN? What a deranged. Jake is trying to go to commercial break. He's like, we're going to commercial. And she's like, yeah, and a lot of people love rape fantasies. And he's like, we're going to commercial break. And then she says, so it's a big industry, And he's like, okay, we're going to commercial break. And then she's like, I like talking to you. Psycho. She leaves one of those snail trails everywhere she goes. You catch my drift. Quote, it's just as bad for people to believe it, particularly when there is zero evidence, Trump said in 2019, when the allegations first arose. Quote, worse still, for a dying publication to try to prop itself up by peddling fake news, it's an epidemic. If anyone has information that the Democrat Party is working with Ms. Carroll, by the way, talking about the Democrat Party working with each other, working with folks in the population. There's a guy a well-known, I don't think he's on YouTube. I think he's on TikTok. I think he's on Instagram. And he's just some guy that knows shit. He doesn't know. I mean, typical of social media. Typical. It's like somebody who knows not shit. They have no leadership capabilities. They will lead you straight into perdition, into prison, into life ruination. They're just fools. They're just goons. They're just morons. And they have massive audiences. So there's a guy, by his own admission, knows shit about the economy. He just gets on. He's got a funny face. He's got a funny voice. And he just complains about the economy. And his accounts go to the moon. They go to the moon, this guy's accounts, one after the other. He just gets on. He's like, can you look at the economy? And then all the tards out there in the population are like, yay, yay. All these white tards. Yay. Give him the support. Support him, father him, share him. They come across something that has meaning and substance and changes life in a positive way. And they're like, yeah, turn that off. Don't want more of that. Give me some more like liquid ice in like one of these pops, the cylinder thing. Just give me one of those to just suck on with some kind of ice poison chemical so that I can become further brain dead. That's what the white population does, apparently. So this guy, he just came out the other day and he's been complaining about the economy. Well, of course, Biden and Bidenomics is in charge right now. And so that means it's a complaint about Biden's economy. Well, I don't think the guy was saying anything about Biden or the Democrats, but the Democrats reached out to him and they said, we want you to say some good things about the economy. How much do you want? It's just like Carrie Lake. The Republicans are showing up and they're like, we'd rather you not run. How much money? There are powerful people. How much money? Did you all hear about that as well? How much? And that doesn't mean she's good. Remember, I don't like her. She went to the black groups and she's like, I'm for black people. She went to the Hispanic groups and she's like, I'm Hispanic. She's for everybody but white people. We can't even get her to say anti-white, anti-whiteism, nothing. Then she goes and hangs out with the homosexual, the pro-homosexual groups. The homosexual is my attraction is my identity groups. And she goes to them and she's like, well, that's going to be a wild party tonight. Sick. You're disgusting, old woman. You are sick. You're a disgusting old woman. We don't want to hear you saying any sort of implication about, don't refer to sex at all. We don't want that association in our head. Gross. Stop it. So she says nothing about white people, but the Republicans went out to her and they're like, we got powerful people. They'll pay you whatever you want. Folks, money is no thing to the people who have all the money. Let me have any debates out there of the political parties. Let's have them. Bring them in. I'll destroy them. I'll steamroll them. The guy who's making the content, the economy is terrible, and gets the hundreds of thousands, millions of followers. Democrats write him and say, we want you to say nice things about Biden and the economy. He said, were you kidding me? I'm not going to do that. But he thought to himself, I wonder how much they're willing to pay. So he said to them, 50,000. And they wrote back and said, okay. And then he went public with that. The Democrat Party, some influencer, and they reached out to him for the channel that has like 400,000 subs. That's it on that channel. The other one's got like 1 million, but that's all. He's just an influencer with 400,000 subs or whatever. And they reached out, and the Democrat Party willing to pay. Do you remember when Trump was running both times and he won? Do you remember how these influencers everywhere, these social media influencers that you give your time to, not the people here because you're not brain dead here, Knights of the White Table, you're not brain dead, but by their millions, they're showing up and they're like, he's a good guy, this guy's a pretty face, and I'm just gonna watch him. And then suddenly the guy's like, and we should all support Biden and the Democrats. And you say, what? You don't even talk. You talk about like dog combs. What are you even talking about? Democrats paying them off, folks. Democrats with the money to pay these people off. And that's what they do. And this guy went public with it. And now you think this 2-bit skanky whore, Epstein friend, that she can go and go to the courthouse and she can have all of the defenses robbed from Donald Trump, robbed from his defense, his legal team, and then win a judgment of $83 million. And don't you dare, if you are one of those cuck motherfuckers out there that are saying, one of these white doughboy bitch motherfuckers out there that are going to say, oh, well, it'll be appealed and they're just winning. Dumbasses, these nodes of power are all falling to anti-whites. So stop putting your faith in a system that despises you. It's not run by angels, dipshit. It's run by anti-whites. It's run by average people who are influenced by anti-white morality. Get your conservative head out of your tight conservative asses. If anyone has any information, says Donald Trump, the Democrat Party is working with Ms. Carroll on New York Magazine, please notify me, notify us as soon as possible. That would, the world should know what's really going on. It's a disgrace, and people should pay dearly for such false accusations. Let me tell you what else. If you're just a Trump supporter and you're just like, I like Trump, and you get a flag and you're a fucking loser. You have got to change the concepts you use that discuss our victimization. You have got to get out in the world and contend with the anti-whites who are destroying Western civilization. You've got to dump this old, superannuated, broken, used up white idea that there's going to be some sort of golden lion that is going to appear and do it all for us. Stop being such a lazy bitch. I mean, I think a lot of people learn this. Well, they learn it in the movies. They learn it in the storybooks. They learn it from stories handed down. They learn it at church, where you're always told, just get on your knees and pray. Just get on your knees and pray. God hates you. If you get on your knees and you pray, and that's what you do, he hates you. That's why your country looks like this. He hates you. Stand up and fight for what is yours. Fight for our inheritance. And then you'll suddenly discover the sky crack open. That's how God works. Despite the odd things about Carroll's story and stunning lack of evidence, she was awarded tens of millions of dollars. And then, of course, here you have Cernovich, this goddamn charlatan mother. I predicted that people like that piece of shit would come into existence, and he did in 2016. Moneyed, resourced, connected. Suddenly he's got books doing nothing for right-wing people, doing nothing for the resistance against anti-whiteism, saying nothing, being nowhere. But when a dollar was there to be made, this goddamn self-promoting bitch shows up, and all of the idiots show up, and they run around him, and they buy his books, and they make his car and house payments and everything. Meanwhile, he heads out over to Asia for some ladyboy action, right? That's who you should listen to. Watch this next election come around. Watch his numbers, viewer count numbers and subs and everything run to the moon, because this is how fucked up white people are. Here are some of the facts about Carroll's story the establishment media do not want the public to know. We're going to be getting into a couple of other items in just a moment here you might find interesting. Like, hey, if you sit home with your daughter and you have her pray all the time and you tell her all the conservative arguments, and if you think that is going to if you think that's going to overcome the psychological warfare that is called anti-whiteism, you're an imbecile. Because every day, there are white people who are reared in these environments that grow to despise their parents and wage war on Western civilization, Western kind, as a consequence. We're going to listen to one of those teenage girls in a moment. We're also going to listen to a little bit of information about scientists suddenly dying in strange circumstances, maybe even murder, prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. I'm not saying there's any connection. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. Maybe some of these deaths are natural. Maybe all of them are natural. Maybe none of them were murders. Maybe some were murders, but they had nothing to do with any other shadiness behind the scenes. But I'll tell you this, you go ahead and start yourself a big group to resist what's going on, and watch how quickly your members, the leadership, start finding themselves drowned in the nearby lake finding themselves wrapped around a telephone pole in their automobile. You just watch and find out. I figured out how to resist this shit so that we could win, and we are winning here. Bergdorf Goldman has no surveillance video of the alleged incident. Oh, because it didn't happen. There are 0 witnesses because it didn't happen. Carroll first came forward conveniently with the allegations while promoting her book, What Do We Need Men For? In 2019. Rabid anti-white, feminist, that means anti-white bitch, which featured a list of, quote, the most hideous men of my life. The most hideous men. Did you see her picture? Who else is here with us today? The great Franklin Cool Papa J Magic is here. Jason is here. Sam Muskie is here. Rick Freedom is here. White Student Transmission. Promethean Kitchen. Cindy Band. Brent Danger is in the house. Fit and healthy at any age. Canada this week. The anti-whites. Let's see. Here, Canards went completely crazy just because Tucker Carlson gave a speech at the university in Calgary, and he's not really doing much anyway. Yeah, of course, because they're driven by emotion and passion, because they are in obedience to the psychological warfare operators who are telling them what to do and think and say. And over here, we have everybody who just they do their best to keep it an abstraction so that it's nothing you will fight for, nothing you will get passionate about, nothing you will die for, nothing you will love, nothing that has meaning. Just keep it an abstraction, white people. If I were in charge, everybody that has ever contended with me, pushing abstractions, oh boy, we would find them, we would put them up on television naked, and they could make their apologies that way. Lockie Lunder is in the house. Oh, yeah, it would be retribution time. They better hope I don't get in charge. Carroll wasn't able to remember when the alleged attack even occurred. I mean, all of this makes... forget about Kangaroo Court. Forget about Banana Republic. Forget about Third World. This is all worse. This still has the efficiency of a Western country in its death throes, in the echoes of a shrinking white population that is able to influence what the country is. Because remember, Western civilization is recreated every moment by white people. It's not made and then it just exists until it goes bad. It's made by white people every second that we are making it. It doesn't exist otherwise. This still has the efficiency of Western civil on the most trumped up, totally appropriate pun there, the most trumped up bullshit that you can fathom, and you're going to jail for life. And you can even help the feds, you can even help these anti-white bastards, as the head of the boys group did, and then you go to jail as well. This question, when the date exact, who really knows? Since I was just imagining it in my rape fantasy novel that I wrote, says Carroll. The Donna Cara blazer dress she claims to have worn wasn't even created yet. The dress she said she was in during the assault wasn't even created yet. None of this was allowed to be shown to the jury pool, as though that would matter, though, conservatives out there. It wouldn't matter, because the jury, every time a white man is on trial, and ladies out there, if you're a white female, not the white women of the West that are here, the women of the West who are here, not talking to you, the white females out there that still think, well, it's at least it's not me, it's the white males. Oh, you're next. Make no mistake about it. They're going to come for your lily white ass. They're going to take your white asses and they're going to kick your asses out. You're going to lose all the girl boss jobs. You're going to be gang raped, ritualistically slaughtered, It's going to be everything that's happening to us in our once great countries, and worse, South Africa, Rhodesia, etc. It'll be much worse because the United States and the other European countries, Australia, New Zealand, etc., them still existing in a state that is recognizable with a force, a presence that is still exerted, prevents South Africa and Rhodesia and other places from becoming the anti-white, monstral, bestial hellscapes that they can actually become. So get ready. Get ready, female. I mean, you better learn real quick. If you need something to get on your knees for, please refer to the opening joke. Because if you're getting on your knees to pray, ain't nothing good going to come out of that. I can tell you right now. God doesn't help a coward. And the dates moved around. In fact, there was a television show. There was an episode that it took place. The assault took place in the Bergdorf. And this clownish bitch, this ghoul, I mean, she's got to be eaten alive by every STD you can possibly imagine. She said, "Oh, I know about that episode on TV, but I didn't actually watch it." Whatever. It just so happens that you even lack your own imagination. You stole a fantasy from a television show, and then you made this up because you're an anti-white troll, and your duty in your mind is to burn down white males. Yeah, she says here, what are men good for? We all know, or what do we need men for? We all know that she means white men. We all know that it's a war on white men. So there's no way in hell. Just imagine her on a TV show or something with a bunch of like Jewish guys or a bunch of Arab guys. And she's like, we don't need you. You're men. No. A bunch of angelized black guys. Do you think she'd say that for a second? No. It's only white guys, because all this attack on men is an attack on white men. And men of all races who are feeling the pinch of the collateral damage. If you want that to end, you've got to wage war on anti-whiteism, because that's where the male hatred comes from. Foul. Look at this foul bitch. Look at this things this bitch writes. How do you know your, quote, unwanted sexual advance is unwanted? Until you advance it. I mean, this is like a nasty, nasty streetwalker. In bed, would you rather be... Her cat, her cat is called Vagina? She named her cat Vagina. Okay, I think we've had about enough of this. You get the idea. I mean, you have this Trump Tacopina. Is that his name? Joe Tacopina, an attorney for Trump, pointed out in May 23 that Carroll's entire story has, this is like the, talk about Carroll, down the rabbit hole, pure fantasy, except for her, I'm sure it's not a rabbit hole, much too narrow for Carroll. Let's see, down that, what's that big cave in Mexico? It's like that biggest vertical cave in the world. That's what this Carroll has going on. And then there was another attorney talking for Trump. I don't know. It's just, they're not allowed to make their case. They're not allowed. The judge even restricted what Trump was allowed to say in his own defense. Welcome to the consequences of conservatism. Benny Shapiro, all these assholes that are the heads of Big Con Inc. They're all scum. They're all losers. They all lead right to here. I mean, Ben Shapiro, how could you even fall if you're an American? This guy supports the groups that are bringing non-white people, intruders across the border, and yet he wants Israel walled off for all time to protect all Jews in Israel for eternity. This is what this bastard, anti-white bastard wants. You know, if I were in charge, he would have revoking the citizenship of the United States. Your wife, your children, gone, motherfucker, gone. Ship your ass right off to Israel. That's what you would get, Benny. Piece of shit. Where are we heading next in the news? What's next on our docket? people getting killed, scientists getting killed. We're going to take a brief look at that, and we'll keep rolling here. So you think, hey, you know what we'll do? We're going to start a big group. And the big group will push back. It'll be we're going to have a big org. You know what we got to do? We got to get together. And this is a typical white people thing. And I can speak for the white people. I don't know if the other races do. They probably do. But white people are like, let's resist. Okay, what should we do? We should waste all of our time, energy, and money creating bylaws. And then we should create contingency plans for all the breaching of the bylaws. And we should argue over that for as long as possible until people start breaking away because everything is not exactly the way they want it. And then we should draw a symbol for our group. And maybe even we should make a flag for our shut your fucking mouths. I'm so tired of this shit. How have white people not come through this already and just burnt the whole thing down? How? Why do we allow white losers, white boobies to continue to be in charge? Anybody have an answer for that? Why is it? It's because white people keep going to them. Well, then I guess the real leadership need to burn down the fake leaders. I guess that's what has to happen. The real leadership has to just keep saying to the masses, if you are going to keep making the wrong decision, well, we'll just keep plucking these people out of the equation. Because I'm not going down with your ship. I'm not going to go to the bottom and be with all of the dead sailors under the seas, fathoms under the leagues under the seas. I'm not going down with you idiots. At some point, raw, real, angry, masculine, and extremely high IQ white men need to be in charge of this. Not little girls, not half Mexicans, not half Jews, not married to Jews, not all of this other garbage of so-called leadership for white people that spend their days hating on non-white races or pretending like white people aren't being attacked. No, we don't want that anymore. We want real, white, masculine, brilliant leadership that says enough is enough when it comes to victimizing our people. Not another step, not another inch. Because if you do, you're going to bleed, mother. You are going to bleed. But let's take a look at this and see what's
Defense and the NIH. He was an expert on the human immune response to infection and had recently investigated several dangerous viruses, including HIV, Ebola, herpes, and influenza. Professor
wow, that Carroll woman, maybe she should reach out to this guy. Oh, he's been murdered. I'm sorry.
Wiley's body was recovered from the Mississippi River about a month after his disappearance.
That's where you normally go to die when you're a biologist, the Mississippi River.
More biologists start.
Look at this with this gold microphone. I bet this woman has a colossal following. I bet she does.
Started to die under suspicious circumstances. Many were world-acclaimed scientific researchers specializing in infectious diseases and biological agents, such as anthrax, HIV, and DNA sequencing.
Okay. Right now, let everybody know that that the Go Free Gathering is happening on your social media. Let them know. Let them know that we're here. Yeah, we're not going to sit around and pretend like the white race is not, pretend like it's not about race. No white race is being attacked here. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is the sound this is the inside of their heads. All right. Are you ready? The white people out there that are saying there's no white race being attacked. It's not about race. The inside of their heads 24/7 is just, that's what it sounds like. All right. So you're not going to get that. You're not going to get the endless speculation about grand conspiracies that you can't do anything about. And if you just look in the latest commercial up in the upper right-hand corner, you can see what looks like maybe a crow's foot. And we all know that crow's feet at 5:47 means that the world center lizard people are on their way to attack planet. I mean, what is wrong with you, white people? What is wrong with you? No wonder the other races, the anti-whites have to actually intervene and screw them over. They get masculine leadership, they get intelligent leadership, and their people be there. Yes, that makes sense. Not white people. If you are like the mechanic from Mayberry, if you're like Gomer Pyle, you are guaranteed for all the reasons that Gomer can transmit a gigantic audience, an idiot, brain dead, a speculator of fanciful things, low IQ takes. I mean, on and on. White people are going to show up. Let folks know that we are gathering and they should pull their heads out of their asses.
As the body count of infectious
Body count? Is she talking about Carroll?
Disease experts continued to climb.
Sorry. No, this is the infectious disease. And now I'm going to say right now, the reality is that, do you know, when we watch something like this, she's reading to you some words. That's all they are. She's saying, and because we are thinkers here, we are the advanced placement, right? So what is she telling you? Is any of that true? You have no way of knowing. This is what I did years and years ago when I was still a young man. I was like, you know what? Maybe I should look some of this shit up instead of just heeding it and then going shocked and taking the doom that I've just learned and then going and sharing it effusively with people around me so that I can have the best doom and I can talk and say, look at my doom. I got the biggest doom in here. That's what they do. So I would go and research and I wouldn't be able to find any of this shit. I wouldn't be able to find if any of it is true. So who knows if a single word she is saying is true. However, there's a lesson here in that when you contend with the anti-whites behind the scenes, the anti-whites in government, the anti-whites in these big organizational entities, people have a habit of going missing. People have a habit of shooting themselves in the back to commit suicide. People have a habit of weird things happening to them. I don't know that any of that happened with these biologists, but the point that needs to be made here is that when you think to yourself with the instinct, the affinity of white people for organization, the affinity for white people have this grand affinity for organizing and setting things up. And that's one of the traits of ours that enable us to create Western civilization, right? It's a beautiful thing when we're by ourselves and we're creating Western civilization, we're creating Western economy, we're creating Western military. We like to organize it all. We like to say, here's that, there's this, and there's, and we're going to define, and we're going to describe, and we're going to make great big graphs. We love it. It's like sex for white people, all right? We love to do that shit. Know this. They, anti-whites, defeat that structure like this. And so we have to evolve beyond that. We have to be smarter than that. They defeat those structures, these centralized and even decentralized structures, which is the 1-0 alternative for white people. It's like, well, it's centralized or it's decentralized. No, they know how to defeat both of those. And one of the tools is the leadership or the people at key points just deciding to commit suicide, to suddenly get like stage 57 cancer and they're dead, and a variety of things suddenly happen to them. And so you have these channels, and God bless, this is a pretty young lady. God bless them. They're out there. They're making themselves money. They get a lot of little pats on the head. As you know, the girls out there, they're like, hey, you're doing good. And the girls are like, yes, ruining civilization with these head pats. Good little girl. She's doing it. She's she's probably smart. And maybe the information is true in part, in whole, in half, whatever it is. Doing a service to some degree, perhaps here. And she is going to end up with this massive following of people that now have done what? They've watched doom documenting, maybe some doom dissecting, and then you go home and it's meet, eat, and retreat like the good old days, and the white race continues to go downhill. There's no more time. I'm going to be brash sometimes, often. I'm going to be crude sometimes. I'm going to curse sometimes. I'm going to be polite other times, and I'm going to be violent at times, and I'm going to be eloquent at times and poetic at times because I'm a man of the West. And if any of that is troublesome for you, then it's because you are a Down syndrome motherfucker. That's why. It's because you never made it to adulthood. That's why. And the white race is going to have to accept it. This is medicine. I am the medicine you have to accept. I am the medicine you have to accept. Open up real wide.
Connections to weapons research began to surface. By 2005, we lost 40 microbiologists in less than 4 years. Some were found stabbed to death in the trunk of cars, and some wrapped their cars around trees after their brake fluid disappeared. During this time, it was discovered that they all worked with the government or government contractors on projects related to bioterrorism, flu pandemics, or anthrax. The following.
Okay. So, again, who knows if any of that is true? Maybe some of it is true. Maybe much of it is true. Bottom line is key figures in organizational entity that is centralized or decentralized can be offed. If there's ever a problem, they can just be disappeared and they can make it look bad. And by the way, they've been able to do, the federal government, just look up J. Edgar Steele. They've been able to do the audio of people for decades and decades. They've been able to make the voice of people. Now with the AI, you have people who can just basic run-of-the-mill, basic bitches on social media that are like, I fed 5 minutes of myself talking and video of myself, and now I can make any video I want of me saying anything I want with the AI that I can afford. Imagine the AI wielded by the anti-whites at the federal level, etc., the highest echelon in society. Imagine they're going to make them be able to say anything. It's got to be outside the individual or individuals. The victory has got to be outside of the elimination of a group, of the jailing, of the murdering, or whatever. And you know what I wonder, maybe somebody figured that out. Maybe somebody already figured that out. Maybe somebody in the resistance to anti-whiteism was ahead of the anti-whites finally. Maybe the white population should stop milling about with conversations about, God damn it, look how bad it is. And maybe they should start getting to work. Let's jump on over to our high school friend, a girl who decided to burn her father down. Libs of TikTok wrote about this. This is so sad. Student at Rich Schools slams her conservative Christian parents at board meeting. She warns against book banning and bashes Trump. She says she was inspired and influenced by her teachers. No shit, really? Schools are introducing students and indoctrinating, students and turning kids against their parents. How many views? 4.3 million views when Libs of TikTok puts it this way. Abstractions. White people, I have to say, if there's a group that I've ever felt animus for, it's like a big chunk of white people. If there was ever a group, because this is abstract, they will be down to, it'll be like me and Brant Danger, and there'll be 5 conservatives, and we'll be stuck in an alley with anti-whites coming down the alley with baseball bats and nails driven through it. And Brant and I are going to say to these 5 motherfuckers, hey, we all have to fight them at once and we can get through. And they're going to say, it's not about race. They just want to, they have these views and we just have to have, that's what they'll say. That's what we're up against. How many views did what I wrote about it? They are turning them into anti-whites is what I wrote. Destroyers of Western civilization. Oh, 2,000. So let's hear what this nasty little anti-white bitch. And you know, in the thumbnail, I positioned this little bitch and Carroll side by side because this is what a white female starts out like. Indoctrinated, brainwashed, infected with anti-whiteism that devours the soul out of white people. And then Carroll is what they turn into. So you can look right on that thumbnail and you can see, this is what they start off like. And then that's what they turn into when they're anti-white. Let's have a look to what this vile little, it's not sad. It's not sad. She is an enemy of Western kind. And she'll be given an opportunity to do the right thing. And if she doesn't do the right thing, well, we'll drop her off in one of the non-white countries that she'll get by destroying, white erasing Western civilization here. We'll just deliver her to her nirvana a little sooner. And maybe also we'll be able to prevent ourselves from having to suffer her nirvana.
I'm a student at Chapin High School in my senior year, and I've attended schools in the Chapin cluster since kindergarten. This is the
All right, she's already talking. I gotta put it at normal speed. She's already talking fast because she's got a timer.
first District 5 board meeting I have attended, though I did watch the public participation portion of the meeting that took place on January 8th. I was inspired to come and speak today about
How old?
kindergarten. This is the first District 5. I'm a student at Chapin High School in my senior year, and I have attended schools in the Chapin cluster since kindergarten. This is the first District 5 board meeting I have attended, though I did watch the public participation portion of the meeting that took place on January 8th.
Can everybody hear her? Okay, it doesn't look like I can turn it up any. Coconut is here. The great ForNull is present. Julesy, is that right? Is here. Hello to you and welcome. Sinkoi is with us. Promethean Kitchen saying, yeah, it's just what happened to Sam in the UK and that he was actually arrested and tried. I don't know if you heard yet, but what are your thoughts? Yeah, I did. And it breaks my heart. And I would rather him have been white positive rather than saying anything. The claim is, I didn't see any of that ever. But the claim is by the courts that he was disparaging non-white races and peoples. Hank Solomon says, hello, everybody. Just heard a new Tom McDonald song called Facts with Ben Shapiro in it rapping. What? It has over 5 million views already. He raps, quote, I'm not ashamed because I'm white. Who said he's not ashamed because he's white? Because it ain't Shapiro. Somebody DM me the link to that song on Twitter, please. Marluxia is here. Hello and welcome. I mean, I live in a king comic book hell. I live in a comic book hell where somebody like McDonald can be a rapper. Remember, we took a look at one of the songs, one of his raps, and he and the other guy totally not even white sympathetic. Totally on board with anti-whiteism. And remember, they were in the empty building and they were doing like the flying, like they were an airplane, like the little boy through the air. I mean, Andrew Jackson would kill all of us. He would just kill all of us. He would kill the McDonald's and he would kill everybody who was a fan. The white race is getting lost if we keep doing this shit. We are lost if we keep doing this. God damn it. And then they want to like mention people like Andrew Jackson. George Washington would hang. He would have you hanged. If you were a fan of McDonald, George Washington would have you hanged. You know, all those like paintings where he's like all like beautiful and he's got the puffy white wig on and everything. That was for show. He was a hardcore military killer. He led men to their death across a frozen river in the middle of the night to go kill the enemy in the middle of the night when that was the most like immoral thing you could do. What do you think he would do with McDonald followers? And then you're going to break out this Israeli first Jew who's threatening to annihilate the planet with nuclear holocaust if America doesn't go and destroy Israel's enemies? You're going to include him? Who's white? Give me a break. Pepper Potts says spot on. Matt Murray is with us. Streaky Bacon is here. Western Kind Art is here. Struggling is here. We're going to be talking about we've got states, this state, Virginia, that I'm in, sending troops to the border. We're going to be talking about that soon. It's getting more and more, and we need to get to these people with the concepts that liberate them. You know, I checked in with the organizers of this big rig, the trucks, all the people that are heading down to support. And what are they saying? They're all saying, just get on your knees and pray and go down there and just show. No. And it's the main organizer is a woman. More power. I haven't heard about. Maybe she's like, give it up to the real men of the West. Maybe she is. I don't know. But then her co-organizer is some guy. Come on, he's not tough. He's not tough at all. There's no like scintillation of intelligence. I mean, more power to them to be out there and trying to do something. And it's not these two individuals. It's that the folks are choosing them. Maybe we just need a massive culling. You know, maybe what we need is like 5% of the white race left alive. And then with that, we'll be left with the real white race. The people who are able to look at and the real Westmen, the people who are able to look at and identify a leader. Because I'm going to tell you right now, all of these white people today, they would run from Andrew Jackson. They would run from Stonewall Jackson. They would run from Thomas Jefferson. They would run from these people. These people didn't live in the nursery room. Prioritizing your love should look like this. One, your people. Two, your God. If you subscribe to a deity. 3, your spouse and children. 4, extended family and everyone else. Yes. Yes. Yeah, and this is what everyone has to hear. If you believe in supernatural deities or a deity, and I do, they come second. Your biospirit comes first. That's a big change that has to be made. Because there ain't no deity if you don't exist. No deity created you to cease to exist. Talk about Pascal's wager. You better go ahead and get good with whatever deity you think created you. You think created the cosmos. Because that means you are supposed to come first. You are supposed to exist, not die as long as you're praying to the deity. You'll be received all right into the gates of hell. Animus is here asking, is Trump on our side or is he a psyop? He's not on our side. It's not a psyop either. No, every white person, and I don't know to what degree, or if you think that at all, any white person out there that's thinking that Donald Trump is a psychological operation, please smash your face into the wall until you shake the cobwebs out. This is not one grand theater. That's not how this works. You've been misled by total TARDISes out there. It's not a psyop. That kind of thing is not happening. My goodness. He's not on our side, but what he does for us is good for us. What he does for white people is he makes us think we're a people. We created America. We want it to remain the way that we created. That's what he engenders in white people. He gives it some measure of legitimacy. Is he going to get into office and do it? I mean, probably not a goddamn thing. He won't. I mean, we're trying our hardest to get this guy to say anti-white, anti-whiteism. We're working on it. All right. But will he? Who knows? If he decides that he's going to have Tim Scott, for example, as a running mate, and he's going to go, and Tim Scott's out there saying, this is great. Trump is great because he does this for blacks and that for blacks and this for black, all that. That's all that's ever done for. We don't want any of that. I guarantee you, white people will not vote for Trump, no matter how bad it is, if he continues pushing this anti-white bullshit. So Trump and team, if you're hearing any of this, figure it out. There are white people. It won't matter how bad the country is. They won't vote for Trump if Trump gets out there and says, we're going to do this for blacks. We're going to do more for blacks and more for Hispanics and more for Arabs and more for Asians and more for everybody else, and not mention white people. Because it totally undermines the thing he does for white people, which is makes us think we're people. We make America. We make Canada. We make Australia. We make Europe. We make the West. He got into office. He couldn't even throw CNN out of the press pool, much less drop the 82nd Airborne on the border. Anti-whites in office. They send troops down, and we'll be talking about it in a minute. Alabama, Arkansas, Virginia. They send troops in. All these motherfucking especially these anti-white non-whites, who they want to talk about how bad they have it. How bad? When did the federal government of the United States send battalions of the army with bayonets at your back? When did that happen? When did that happen? You mean you were sold if you were a slave and brought in the country, or you were captured in the midst of warfare, sold by your own kind to rapacious, covetous, selfish individuals who wanted to displace white workers? Is that how you were? That's how you were. No, the white race, at the threat of being bayoneted to death, had to submit to anti-whiteism. You got it so hard. The white race, the bonus marchers go out there after World War I, all the bonuses promised for getting into that fucking war that the U.S. shouldn't have even been in. And the U.S. breaks out, and this is the white United States, 90+% United States, breaks out the military and then attacks the veterans and their families and their babies. When did that happen to you, when? Shut your mouths. Anna Speaks Out is with us. Great to see you. Let's keep rolling. We want to hear. This is what happens. Over the course of my life, I have heard, I swear to God, it feels like 10,000 times, white people, either with children, going to have children, plan to have children, say, well, I'm just going to tell my kids the way things actually are, and everything will be fine. And every single time early on, I was like, I don't think you're right. I think that's not, I think the odds are they're going to end up, like each generation, they're going to end up hating you, hating Western civilization a little bit more than the generation before. And they said, no, Jason, you're wrong. Then a little bit later, I knew I was right. A little bit later, because I understood the psychological warfare better that's being wielded against us. And I knew I was right. And I could look with my superior intelligence. And then I would explain for these tards how their kids would go bad. And they would still say, you're wrong, Jason. They won't go bad. And then again and again and again, all the evidence there. Again and again and again, the big content creators in the white sympathetic sphere, their kids, more than 50% of them, hate the white race. Hate, and they wage war on the white race. More than 50% of their children. I mean, it might be 3/4, 75% of their kids. Again and again and again. We had a 90+% white country in the United States. And other countries of ours in the West, 100% white. I mean, by the way, the United States was 100% white. And then we allowed other people to participate in our country. You're welcome. You can begin thanking me. You can, if anybody's going to get on their knees, it's you, motherfucker, not me. You're welcome. We allowed them to come in. And white people, surrounded by white people, everywhere white people, and they're telling their kids, this is how it is. And somehow we got all the way to this. And you're still are we going to need another Jardina doing more research with an anti-white angle that proves my arguments? Are we going to need more of that? Then you end up with this today. Still, well, I'm just going to tell them about the maypole. Are you fucking kidding me? What? How many times were you hit in the head with the hammer at work? How many? Well, 15? Well, no shit. You don't say. You don't say. You're hitting the head 15 times. How many poisonous chemicals you've been ingesting at work? Well, the whole 20 years I've been there. You don't say. Unbelievable.
I was inspired to come and speak today by my English teachers. In my high school years, I have come to know most of the teachers in the department and found that they are a brilliant and kind group of people.
Okay, the teachers in the department. Here's what's going to happen. I got to turn. Can you hear this bitch? She's a bitch. Foul. Look at this foul bitch. Anybody want to place bets? She has a non-white boyfriend? Who wants to place bets? How about this? Non-white girlfriend. While she's pretending to be a male. Why? And why would it be all of that? Because all of that is the inversion of Western kind, Western civilization. All of that is the inversion of it. And so she'll embrace it. Are you fucking getting it yet? It's not isolated abstractions. It's about a war on our very being. But keep showing up for the little girls on TikTok and the millions, white race. Keep showing up. So, the teachers are all anti-white. All anti-white. And they're lovely people. They're wonderful. They're wonderful. How do you get to this? I've explained it 1,000 times.
They truly do act in the interest of every student. I hold the utmost respect for them, and they have taught me so much in academics, extracurriculars, and lifelong ethics.
Your child, your nieces and nephews, your grandchildren. I want you to do this. If you have a brother or a sister with children, and they don't care about whether those kids end up anti-white or whatever, you need to start a relationship with those nieces and nephews or grandchildren to undermine the parents. Undermine the parents' anti-whiteism. Not the totality of their parenthood, but their anti-whiteism. You need to start a relationship with them. This is war for our existence. It is war. It is not an abstraction. It is not a game of checkers. This is war. How much more obvious does it get?
I'm incapable of fully understanding the stress and responsibility felt by teachers, parents, and the members of this board. I have no years of experience being an educator. I have no college degree. I'm not a parent. I'm barely even an adult. I'm just a high school student. I'm here to make a point about the dangerous consequences of book banning.
Okay, book banning. So what books are they? I didn't even see. What books? Book banning. They have been destroying books across the West. They always do this, and they love. How many times do you think this 18-year-old or 17-year-old has seen the footage of Nazis, the black and white footage of Nazis throwing books on the bonfire? I mean, I saw it in school. I'm not kidding. Maybe 50 times, either in the textbooks, on a video, on the television, talked about in the class. 50 times. Nazis burning books. Nazis burning books. Don't you dare do the historical revisionist garbage. Don't you dare do it. You have to understand what these people are being infected with. You have to understand the anti-whiteism. So, anything the psychological warfare operators have impregnated her with hatred of Western kind. They impregnated her with the book banning meme pathogen. And so now what they do with it, understand, it's a fucking wrench, dipshits. It's a wrench. It's a tool. They take this wrench, they take this torque wrench, okay? They take this torque wrench and they stick it to the side of this ugly bitch. And they say, okay, we want you to hate the white race on this subject. So now I'm just going to crank this torque wrench a little bit on book banning. They want to get rid of these books that normalize pedophilia, for example. And like we were talking with Andreas in the Church of Sweden, where they're saying, don't hate the pedophile, hate the sin. Well, the church has concluded that that not just sex between a man and a woman is okay, but now sex between people of the same sex, according to Christianity, is fine as well. And how far do you think you are from sex with a child at the church? Don't hate the pedophile, hate the sin. It sounds like you could go back and you could say, don't hate the man or woman who's attracted to their own race. Just hate the sin of having sex, of their own sex. Hate them for the sex that they have, or hate the sin of the sex that they have, or whatever it is. I mean, Jesus, this is anti-whiteism at work. This is anti-whiteism at work in every aspect of existence. Every aspect. So they plug this little torque wrench into this ugly bitch, and they're like, all right, so we want to normalize pedophilia. We want to normalize being unsure about whether you're male or female or somewhere in between or something that's not human or something. We want to normalize it all. So we'll just say, if anybody objects to it, let's just crank this torque wrench here. Oh, it's book banning. Don't you remember the Nazi videos? Man, why do I got to live in this world? I'm surrounded by it. Would be fine. I would love it if we had huge swarms of heroes of the West, and we could fight for glory. Instead, I look around. Here I am. It's like the man and the group, has come. The group has come, but there are no people. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
In public education, but I first want to share some of my background so that you may get an idea of why this is so important to me. I'm fortunate to have both my parents present and involved in my everyday life. They support me.
Okay. Has her parents, now all the parents out there over all the years telling me I'm going to be involved. I'm really involved. I do everything with we look at all the, we do the homework together and we go on little vacations and I'm always present. She or he's not allowed to be on the computer without me present and I'm involved. So it's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
Care for me and I live a comfortable life. I love both of my parents dearly, but tonight I would like to focus on my father and the concomitantly detrimental effect he has had on my life.
The detrimental effect. The father. And that's, how is it the white father? It's because what I was saying earlier. Anti-whiteism, the main target of anti-whiteism is the white male. And then secondarily, the rest of the white family, the female, the children. The children are taught to hate their fathers. Incidentally, just recently polls of white females, young white females, and they are skyrocketing in their anti-whiteism. So everybody talking about like this Gen Z and all this bullshit. There's zipper heads. They're losers. Skyrocketing anti-whiteism. And all hating their fathers. So people are saying, is it because the dad is gone? It's because of anti-whiteism. The father isn't there because of anti-whiteism. The hatred for the father isn't there because, or the hatred for the father is there because of anti-whiteism. Dad sat at the table with this girl night after night, she says, praying and giving the arguments for Donald Trump, for Republicans, etc. We're a constitutional republic. Abstraction.
He's a conservative, a Republican, and a Christian. For as long as I can remember, he has instilled his political and religious values in me. As a child who unquestioningly admired her father, I took him at his word, and his one-sided bigoted beliefs became ingrained in my identity.
His one-sided bigoted beliefs. So you're going to present just one side and it'll all be okay. Except she's going to go out into the world. He's going to go out into the world and be confronted with a psychological warfare that already undermined that approach trillions of times. But you're going to make it work, right, dipshit?
When the topic of the 2016 presidential election arose at the fourth grade lunch table, I would recite the arguments my father made in favor of Trump. I ignorantly endorsed a man who would have me suffer and even die in the name of political agendas. At 10 years old, I had no one
suffer and die.
Exposing me to diverse political perspectives. One might argue that a fourth grade classroom is not the place for political discussions, and if one is to arise, the teacher should extricate themselves from the situation and dismiss the topic entirely. If the classroom is not the place for such discussions, then where? The home? My parents failed me in that area of education, and I can assure
the parents failed her because they didn't give her the anti-white take. Please, for God's sake, you have to inoculate your white children against anti-whiteism. You cannot give them the historical revisionism. You cannot give them Republican arguments. You cannot give them prayers in Christianity. All of it has been defeated. Living sake, it's all been defeated. This is the result. They know how to handle all of that. God, you brain dead English muffin eating, coffee drinking, dipshit losers.
assure you that mine were not the only ones. If fourth grade students are old enough to hold conversations about politics and current events themselves, then they are old enough to
look at this witch right here. Can you see my cursor? Look at this anti-white witch right over here. With her hair chopped off at her ears. I swear the bitch has horn. And then you got a black male sitting beside her. They're the ones who are in charge. This is what you're, and you think it's going to get better by what? You're going to not let them go to school. They got friends talking with in the world who are going to public school, who are going to private school, who are going to the expensive Christian schools, Jesuit ones. And I've seen the material, anti-white as the day is long.
hear debates that represent both sides and incorporate a variety of viewpoints. I have since needed to reconsider where I stand. When the Democrats, who had previously been demonized, held in unjustifiable condemnation and immediately dismissed, actually aligned with my own morals and reasoning more than Republicans, I found myself at a crossroads. I could either continue in my father's doctrine.
Her morals, aligned with her morals. Her father and mother gave her, and Christianity gave her a morality. So how does she have a morality that aligns with the inversion? Anti-whiteism is psychological warfare. This is its victory. This repeated tens and tens and scores of millions of times across the West, hundreds of millions, is the reason we're where we are today. Christianity can't save you. Republican arguments can't save you. Conservative arguments can't save you. Small co-ops can't save you. Church groups, and communities can't save you. White neighborhoods can't save you. It's psychological warfare. They can take a child, a white child, out of a home where they're praying, where they are daily talking about conservative ideals and making the conservative arguments from babyhood. They can take these people for 8 hours a day as children and make them into foot soldiers of the destruction of themselves. That is psychological warfare.
Doctrine that required me to follow blindly and ignore irrefutable truths and the principles of democracy.
Come on, spit it out, Tard. I was able to talk when I was 17 or 18, so I can say it. I don't give a shit.
Or to pursue my own knowledge and form my own opinions.
Bolivia. That's where we're going to drop you off. I think there were 2 airheaded white females who decided that they were going to go to a trip. Was it Bolivia?
Could not do without the support of my teachers. They have encouraged me to conduct my own research about.
We could not do it without the support of her teachers. So she couldn't come to these anti-white conclusions without the support of her teachers. And she's talking about these things as though they are moral to do. God damn, I don't know what's got to be done to drive this nail into people's heads. I mean, maybe some of them have to have nails driven into their heads, metaphorically, of course, so that everyone else can see, oh, shit, man, that was disgusting. I'm not going to do that.
The politicians from both parties who have the power to dictate my life. They did this without interjecting their own opinions or political affiliation.
She's saying that the teachers did not interject their own opinions. This is the psychological warfare. It is the milieu. It is, they did. It's anti-whiteism. It's the way that it is delivered. And the young believe that they are coming to these conclusions. You have to use the go free method to inoculate them so that when they see the anti-whites doing this, they say, aha, you motherfucker, I see what you're doing. And they go home to mom and dad and they look at them like they are gods descended from, they're like, you were Moses and Mrs. Moses. Everything you said is what these foul demons did.
They have emboldened me to form my own opinions and supported me unconditionally. The English department has changed my life for the better. They are, in my humble opinion, the most qualified people in this room to determine which books are useful and appropriate for classrooms. They are experts in how to best use these books, these tools, to provide students with a diverse education with which to become well-informed, free-thinking citizens. Thank you.
Diverse. And it has, the way it works there is in the speaking and in the knowing. The speaking consciously, what's diverse? Everybody's represented. All ideas are represented. In application, everything white is extirpated. Everything white is destroyed. Everything white is white erased. Well, if you want to keep going down this direction, white race, you're going to cease to exist. I'm not going down with you. I am not going down with you, dumbass, brain dead, McMuffin eating, powdery, soft losers. I'm not going down with you. And things are heating up. We have we need the 2 million people retweeting my comments about the white children being taught to be anti-white. That's what we need. Let's have a look. It just never happens. Whereas something in Virginia makes me proud, or at least going in that direction. Youngkin, the Republican governor. And by the way, if the federal government had to fire a bunch of people, Virginia would get rid of 1 million plus Democrat voters. They all live here because they've ruined Maryland. Maryland was more and this is the quintessential, like California, they were the vast majority of these government employees were living in Maryland, and they all vote anti-white. Well, now Maryland, all around the DC metro area, is a rabid anti-white hellhole. And so they're all moving to Virginia. And so that's where all these votes are coming from. People were like, what's going on there? That's the reason. But Youngkin decided, and I'm not saying I'm a fan of his, but he deployed 100 Virginia National Guard troops to the border to enforce the border in Texas last year. So over a year ago, or almost a year ago, Virginia started sending troops to the border. You now have, I guess it's 24 states siding with Texas, making it a total of 25. Is that right? States on this question about allowing an invasion to continue. And I'm not calling it an invasion because the ear is against the door. These people are intruders. If someone illegally enters your house, they're an intruder. Illegally entering your country is intrusion. So they all absolutely are intruders. But everybody is calling it an invasion now. We have how many millions coming across? Every couple of months, we have more non-white intruders. And yeah, I've got a problem with them being non-white. Yes, because I don't want their natural instinct projected into my world. No matter how crime-free or wonderful it is, that's not what I project into the world. And the anti-whites argue that when non-white people are in Western civilization, they don't feel comfortable. And I agree, they don't. Because Western civilization is what I and my people, with our biospirit, our instinct, project into the world. I agree. And I don't feel comfortable with what they project in the world. I never look at videos or photographs or whatever of these places from Central South America and elsewhere around the world and think, oh, I feel harmony with that. I always feel discord. It always feels alien, even when I am impressed by the architecture, even if it's a beautiful looking architecture or a painting that's beautiful or a poem that is beautiful, whatever it is, it's still discordant for me. I don't want my white West changing to a place that it's already changing everywhere I go to be increasingly discordant for me. I don't want to feel any more discomfort. I want to travel from one town in the U.S. to the next and have each one land on me in a beautiful, harmonious way, like the fucking birds are singing with my name. So this is the conflict. And you have, what is it, Article or Title 10, that the government can invoke, which they did when they forced integration. When they forced white people, remember this, and you can thank me now, non-white folks. White people built schools for our children. We put them in those schools. Then we saw that other groups like blacks weren't building schools for their children. So we built schools for their children too. Isn't that nice of us? That's fucking nice. And then there were some white people that thought, well, you know what? We can have where there are schools and where blacks can go, well, that we built for them, wonderful. But where there aren't, and there's a white school nearby, maybe we can integrate them. And black people, in a slow way, were being integrated into work, into the white neighborhoods, and white people, bringing them in, allowing this, acclimating to having them present in the things that we make. And then anti-whites said, no, we're going to go down there and we're going to take control of the National Guard of your state. And we're going to use the National Guard to compel you to turn everything over to other groups of people. And then we're going to couch the argument like this little bitch no doubt heard from her teachers, as white people just keeping blacks out. How much you want to bet she's got herself a black boyfriend or girlfriend, and she's sitting there saying, "I'm so sorry that we kept you out. I'm so sorry." Like the argument about blacks reading. Why did white people keep blacks from reading? Wasn't Samuski made a great video? Was that you? And you mentioned it? I see so many. You mean a language that we created in books that we wrote and we created, and we didn't immediately turn it all over to another race of man? We were teaching them how to read the language that we created in books that we wrote and we physically made with a printing press that we physically created. And we were slowly teaching, but what? It wasn't all turned over to blacks immediately as soon as we invented it. And so now white children, like that foul little skank, bad-mouthing her white father, shows up and they're going to badmouth and say, you kept blacks from reading. Fuck you. Let them create their own written language. How about that? Why didn't they create their own written language and then turn that over to white people right away? You see, if you go up against the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism without the go free method, you don't stand a fucking chance in hell. I have no sympathy for people who find out about go free and they're like, nah, no, thank you. No, thank you. We're just still going to do it this dumbass way. Bolivia for you. Yeah, we're going to have to be a lot smarter and harder. Glenn Youngkin sending 100 Virginia National Guard troops. If I were the governor of Virginia, and it wouldn't happen because of all the white boobies out there that wouldn't vote for me because I'm a real man of the West. But if I were the governor, I'd send half the National Guard of Virginia, maybe more. You can always recall them if you have a national disaster. But of course, the anti-whites are going to say, oh, well, this is costing the states. Nowhere near the cost of these intruders. 60 plus billion a year. On them alone is what the numbers that we read. Remember a couple weeks ago? Check it out for yourself. But we investigated. We looked at the articles. Mainstream media. Look into it for yourself. Virginia could create an entire new National Guard here in Virginia. An entirely new, take the National Guard. We're going to replicate the whole thing. And it's going to cost us less. I would send them down there. It wouldn't be under the orders of Abbott either. I would just say, hey, what area do you need covered? Because we got shoot to kill. What area do you need covered? If I was governor, I would say, give me the area where the drug lords are. Give me the area where the drug lords and their mules and everything come across the border. I want that area. And if I see any of them patrolling on the Mexican side with firearms, well, maybe we'll drop a few of them there as well, because we're not letting them get close to America. So give me where the drug lords are, and we'll have shoot to kill orders. You know, since the 70s, you can go back, or maybe not on, you might have to go to the library. I don't know what search engine you can go on anymore. But in the 70s, I remember reading from back, when I was a young man, from back a couple decades, and they were talking about these drug lords shooting across the border at Americans out there just watching people cross and then calling the authorities. I tell you, if Mexico shot, if anybody shot from Mexico into America, I would napalm those motherfuckers. I would napalm the border. There would be nothing. Talk about enchiladas on the border. There would be nothing but enchiladas on the border. And then I would charge the government of Mexico. I would send them the bill for it. Back in the 70s. Look it up. See if I'm not right. The governor's office portrayed the move as stepping up to help with an issue the federal government has failed to address. It's not an issue the government's failed to address. It's an issue that the federal government is waging war on the white race. That's happening right now. It's been happening our whole lives, and it's been happening coming across the border. Do you remember all the way back to Reagan? They're giving amnesty to these folks. It is war on the white race. White erasing our country. White erasing on what we create. Say it like it is. But Virginia Democrats criticized it as wasteful political ploy as Youngkin continues to consider a plausible presidential run. In a new release, Youngkin said he was ordering the deployment of state resources in response to a request from Texas Governor Greg Abbott, who convened a group of Republican governors in Austin early this month to discuss how other states could help with Texas Operation Lone Star Border Initiative. I would be not only pulling up the National Guard of Virginia, I would probably create the formation of a military outside of the federal government's jurisdiction. And then the weaponry from the National Guard would just find its way over there. That's what I would do if I were in charge. You can see it won't happen, so they won't have to kill me. Maybe Youngkin needs an advisor. And I would do what I told you all before, and Jason Goes Political. I would be helping to bust these people, these intruders, up to all these anti-white areas where all these rich anti-whites live. And they would not be allowed to leave. I would escort them with my military so that if, New Hampshire, whatever, decided they were going to call out their National Guard, well, what are you going to do? You're going to fire on the Virginians that have shown up to drop off your people that you want? We're going to drop them off. Al Handel says, you're so right about the cost of keeping these illegals here. It would be cheaper to deport with free one-way plane tickets to anti-whites, to anywhere, in the world. Precisely. Thank you for that. Let everybody know we're going free. Let everybody know this is where they're going to get it. You're not just going to hear somebody talk about what's going on. It's not just doom documenting. It's a solution. Let's keep rolling. Governor Little to send Idaho State Police troopers to Mexico border amid Texas standoff. Boise, Idaho. Governor Brad Little announced Friday that he plans to send more Idaho State troopers to the U.S.-Mexico border, quote, to assist with securing our nation's border, as Texas is in the middle of a legal standoff with the federal government over border security. So what actually happened is that if you don't fully have it, a lot of content creators begin it wrong. There was a suit to prevent the federal government from destroying the wall of wire that Texas is putting up. And an appeals court said the federal government could not cut it down. And then Amy Barrett, remember the Amy Barrett with her non-white kids that she's adopted, which makes her such a good white person, right? She didn't adopt white children. She adopted the non-white. She had her own children, but then she had to adopt some non-white children because that's the morality of our day. It's not like go to Ukraine and adopt some of those beautiful father and motherless little white babies. No, it's you have to adopt the beautiful black one, little boy or little girl, the beautiful Asian little girl, because that's the morality, is white people white erasing ourselves. That's the morality there. So she was the one who cast the vote that said, no, the government can cut down the razor wire until we hear this case and make a decision. So that could be 6 months or 10 months from now before they hear the case and then make a decision. that would allow the federal government to go in there and destroy all the it would be battlements. I tell you, if I were in charge, it would be battlements. And that they can just go to destroy it all. Well, Texas said, no, we're going to invoke our right to defend the state from invasion. As far as I know, not been done before. What is that, Article 1? And then Biden administration said, you have until, what was it, 2 days ago, to let the feds in there to destroy it could not get, this is one of those examples. It's like the dress code at the federal level. Remember how they were like, well, Fetterman can slither in here, and he's pissing them off now since he's like become a big Israel fan, but pissing off the Democrats, that is. But remember, initially they were like, yeah, whatever you want to do. You can wear whatever. We could be a total slob here. You can be in your gym shorts. You could be in your sleeping wear. And then they suddenly realized, they literally were saying, okay, so what? Because why? The immediate thought is that dress code, which wasn't actually written, it was one of the norms of white people. And that's what anti-whites are at war with. So when the question arose, let's do the math here. Should we get rid of this white norm? What was the sentiment? Yes, of course. That's a norm for white people. If you want to dress up, well, dress up. If you want to dress like a slob to be at odds with a white norm, then do it, because that's moral. Remember, initially they were all like, of course. Because that's the anti-white immoral moral imperative, the social morality. But then smarter anti-whites, more devious anti-whites said, hold on. The general white population of brain dead, chicken nugget eating losers will be able to put 2 and 2 together when they see that everybody is hanging out in their gym wear. They'll be able to see that this is not a respectable body anymore. And white people need organized, legitimate authority to feel obeisance to it, to want to obey it. And if they don't see that, they won't obey it. They'll look for organized authority elsewhere. And so suddenly, all these anti-whites, including the devil himself, Schumer, decided, oh, no, there's got to be a dress code. Got to be a dress code. Because they were afraid of the white population that they're victimizing. Again, immediately, it was, of course, do away with the white norm of a dress code. And conservatives out there, that's a white norm. It is a white norm. It's not an abstraction that fell upon the world from the firmament. No, it's something that we do. And we need to start defending the things that we do as things that we are. Understand? Because then you're righteously indignant. So they suddenly decided, well, this is another scenario, just like the dress code, that the federal government is ordering that the protection of the border be burned down. It couldn't be more obvious. I mean, think about all of these obese white people on their oxygen-producing backpacks, chowing down on all their blood thinners and psychotropic drugs, and they can see that, holy shit, the government is at war. It's not a question. It's not a red tape issue. It's not a we're trying to resolve this issue. It's not a we just can't come to an accord on how this gets done issue. It's war on the country by the federal government. So, everyone was asking, is the federal government going to nationalize the National Guard of Texas? Well, they can. They could. But are they that dumb? Are they dumb enough to nationalize the National Guard of Texas and send even a more blatant and salient message to the masses of white people out there that are crippled and unable to see color, that the government hates them and wants to white erase them in favor of non-white people from Central and South America. They're going to do that? Well, if they're dumb enough, they will. My bet is that they won't. My bet, or at least the smarter thing to do, I guess I should say, is that they shouldn't nationalize the Guard, and instead they should begin cutting off the money to Texas. Because a long time ago, my friends, the states and the House and the Senate at the federal level, they all made these asinine deals where the money would all flow to DC and then be distributed across the country, which gave the anti-whites more and more power over what takes place in the states, because the federal government then just decides, well, we'll take your taxes and we won't give you anything. We'll just cut you off. We'll just penalize you in various ways. I was just hearing about natural gas licenses. In Texas, to pump the gas, you have to keep getting these licenses, and apparently the federal government's not giving them all of a sudden. I mean, check for yourself to find out if that's true. So my guess is that the anti-whites of the federal government are going to crush businesses by way of licensure, by way of the EPA investigating the businesses, by way of the IRS suddenly investigating businesses that are housed, the headquarters and etc. in Texas. Maybe they'll do it to more states, but they certainly, I would guess, do it to Texas. And they'll begin cutting off funding for schools, cutting off money for various things, probably enormous sums that they'll cut off from Texas. And the question then is, what's going to happen next? So we don't have, you have the incipient opportunity for the formation of an oppositional pole. If these concepts that we share here can infiltrate this conversation, this can prefigure genuine opposition across the country. There's not going to be any violent opposition. There's not going to be anything of the sort immediately, certainly. But if the concepts from the Go Free method can infiltrate and get into the mouths and the minds, and people like Greg Abbott and Youngkin and others, and you and family members at your dinner table, because that's where the battle is fought. That's where that little girl is going to be sitting, that 18-year-old, 17-year-old girl is going to be sitting, eating her meal. That's where the battle is waged. That's where the battle is fought and lost. And you can see that her parents lost at the dinner table, didn't they? If the conversation is one about ending our victimization as white people, if the conversation is shifted to that, rather than what's best for the non-white people entering the country, is it safe for them to cross the Rio Grande? Is it safer for them to come across these other ports of it? Is it safe, etc.? If it stays that conversation, the cuck conversation, then this doesn't prefigure anything. It's a death row. It's just a bleep on a heart that is in arithmetic heart attack, and it's over. This conversation has to change to our real victimization. It's not about, like this guy on Twitter talking about how if you want this razor wire up, then you want brown people bleeding and drowning in the river. The comeback to that is arguments based in our victimization. Why do you want these people coming across the border to cut us up like people are cut up in Central and South America with razors to murder us, to rape us, to irrevocably alter our civilization, our neighborhoods, our governance. The government's not going to look the same with these people coming in with their voting preferences. Why are you so anti-white? Why do you want to victimize us? That's where the argument, that's where the retort is to that guy. It's not, well, these brown people will be safer if we can just shunt all the millions in through these other ports of entry. I mean, you. No. Also, if the argument, I want you to listen closely. If the argument stays anti-white in the anti-white narrative, rather than these concepts influencing the conversation so that our victimization is central to the conversation, there'll be no deportation. Did you hear what I just said? If the conversation remains a conversation based in the anti-white narrative, where the anti-white immoral moral imperative is the social morality, there'll be no deportation of any consequence. Donald Trump elected, everything going the way of the Republicans, there'll be no deportation. He can say all he wants about the biggest deportation. He's not going to come anywhere close to what Eisenhower did. Operation Wet, and I'm not going to go any further because the rest of it is a slur. Became a slur after the fact. But they're not going to come anywhere close to that. Nowhere close. These people will end up being naturalized and they'll become voters and it will be over. That is how important it is that these concepts influence that conversation. Are you hearing me? Are you hearing me? All the people out there who have the power to speak to bigger audiences. Are you hearing me? You'll be done. You'll be taken off the internet. They will make it illegal on the internet to say any contradiction to anti-whiteism. You'll only be able to be one version of anti-white or another version of anti-white, and neither one of them will be light. That will be all that's allowed. If the conversation is what's best for non-white people, we're finished. Because what will be best for these people will be to remain in America for their babies, for their and what will be best for them is to bring their families from those foreign lands to America. What will be best for them, because they'll make more money in America. They'll be safer in America. They'll have political expression in America. And the anti-whites will trot out all of these little obese non-white children, because none of these folks fleeing from war and persecution are thin and on the outskirts of, somehow they're all well-fed. They'll trot them all out and they'll say, do you really want to harm these little babies? And when white people, we look at children, we're like, oh my God, I don't want to harm the non-white children. That's the reality. That's what I feel in my heart too. If that's the conversation, do you want to harm the non-white children? Then the answer is no. So the conversation has to be, what about the white kids? What about my house, my country? What about what we create? What about my inheritance? What about what's supposed to be bequeathed to the white generations because it was created by their white sires? That's what the conversation has to be. They trot them out in front of you, and you'll see reams of white people that were all angry about the intrusion, the invasion, whatever they're calling it now. You'll see them just fall from the amalgamation of groups that resist, that were saying no to this. You'll see them melt right away. They will melt away. Every last one. That's what will happen. I'm sure there'll be some deportations, and the Trump administration will inflate, like, look how many we got rid of, the same way they inflated how much work was being done on the wall. Do you remember the big, beautiful wall? There was going to be a big, beautiful, it was going to stop them all. Americans didn't even actually need a wall. White America, in other words, genetic America, Western civilization, would have been happy with a minefield, nicely marked so that no one would step on any mines. Can't come across here. It's our house. You'll die. Have a nice day. That's what it should say. That's what I would write. I would be just snarky as if I were in charge. It would say, have a nice day, and a big smiley face. Have a nice day. Don't step any further. This is a minefield. We did not need all. Remember how the conversation became all about how much it was going to cost to build a wall? These concepts that we wield here change how our victimization is discussed. We are the ones who have the power. This is what I've been trying to communicate for decades. Since we are the ones that have to be propagandized, we can't be forced. We have to be manipulated. We hold all the cards by way of the way we force our victimizer to speak to us. I figured it out. Sorry, and some of the people in this community also figured it out, and they've come here now. Too bad you didn't. Oh, well, get on board before it's too late. There'll be a smattering that go back, and the entire time, the conversation will become, what's good for these people? What's good for their babies? What's good for the 90-year-old that was wheeled across the border somehow as an intruder and immediately got on Social Security, that is said to run out now for all the white people who have paid into it for generation after generation? What's going to be best for them? Well, sending them back to Bolivia? Will that be best? Of course not. Leaving them in your hometown will be better for them. And besides, it's going to cost so much money. And besides, it's going to cause them trauma when they're uprooted. Haven't they been uprooted enough? And then you get into the mix about what's best for them. If you're a conservative, you don't do that here. You don't do, well, what's best for them? No, the right answer is fuck them. What about us? What about our inheritance, our families, our towns, our Christianity, our governmental institutions, our architecture, our history, our ancestors that have fought and died and bled and sweated and cried and triumphed over nature and hostile tribes and hostile this and hostile that? What about us? That's what it's about. Fuck them. It's got to be infused by this or it's over. They have brought in more people than 33 states. If it changes to this, these concepts at the dinner table, it will be at the dinner table in the poorest households, in the middle class households, in the richest households, in the people who are connected households, in the people who are genius households, in the retard households. It'll be in all households. It doesn't need a group where the leaders can be assassinated and disappeared and everybody scatters like roaches. It's not an appeal to, well, let's just teach them to get on their knees and suck it while they beg a deity to do it for them. It doesn't rely on all the shit that has failed. I tell you what, I have been good enough, worked hard enough, been smart enough, contributed enough of what has been bequeathed to me genetically by one of the greatest races that has ever trod the earth. No metric cosmic measurement for one race being better than the other. But God damn it, I can be proud of my people just like you can be proud of your sports team. I can be proud of my white race. If blacks can be proud of theirs or Jews can be proud of theirs. And I have taken what has been genetically given to me, biospiritually given to me, and invested it in my people, for the well-being of my people. If you all throw this shit away, there damn well better be a God that takes me up into heaven and gives me what I deserve. Motherfuckers, I swear to you. Sending state troopers now, Governor Little of Idaho. We stand in solidarity with our fellow Governor Greg Abbott and the state of Texas in utilizing every tool and strategy, including razor wire and fences, to secure the border. Why is it that nobody is talking about mines? Somehow that's good for everybody else, but not for white people. Well, somebody might step on the mine. I would just... How many white females have been raped by absolute anti-white monsters from south of the border in this country? Let them step on the mine. Let them step on some mines. We do it in part because the Biden administration is refusing to enforce immigration laws already on the books and is illegally allowing the mass parole across America of migrants, intruders who entered our country illegally. And people say, like, well, they're just being released. They're just... Look, they could just give them green cards at the border. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. All right, so you got state troopers. I don't know. Are they not sending? Apparently, they sent last year. Idaho sent 3 state troopers. That's all they sent. Come on, Idaho. Little, you're doing little. Buck up. Send some APCs. So the Virginia has even sent pilots from the National Guard of Virginia. Send some pilots. Send some helicopters. Join, Governor Jason of Virginia at that stretch of the border where the drug dealers and cartels like to cross, and participate in some live fire action. And also, you know what Virginia should be doing? You know what these other states, you know what Governor Jason would do, what the other states should be doing, is they should be assessing what organizations and individuals are participating, enabling these masses to come from Central and South America up across the border, indeed around the world to Central South America up and across the border, and arrest and try the people in charge for treason. Arrest and try for treason. If the law is not already on the books in the state, quickly pass it, try these people and execute them for treason. If I were governor, I tell you, if Soros owned one thing in Virginia, if one person in Virginia could claim injury as a consequence of what Soros was up to or other anti-white billionaires or whatever, I would send my special forces and they would take that old bag of shit and we would drag him back and have him hanging by sunset. And then I would articulate this the way it has to be articulated. It's about our well-being, white well-being. It's about the well-being of the good non-white people in America who want this country to remain Western because they love it Western. They don't want it to become centralist. They don't want it to become a fucking barrio. You can go all over this area. You can drive right up into Maryland And you can see these little barrios. You see what it becomes. Out in their street, cars with no wheels, working on junk, leering at you, sucking down a 40, smoking who knows what, throwing gang symbols. Yeah, I got a gang symbol for you. Old style gang symbol. Tat 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 tat. That's what they should be doing. Here's another thing that the federal government is going to do. I would think, instead of nationalizing the Texas Guard, National Guard, taking control of it, federalizing it, is that they will just look to other points of entry that are illegal, or that are not proper points of entry, I guess I should say, and they will begin helping people to cross there. This park became a public spectacle where they were crossing by that bridge. I would bomb that bridge. I would blow that motherfucker up if I were Abbott. Nobody would, even better. I would put a gigantic barrier, razor wire, concrete, cement on the bridge. Nobody's crossing anymore. And I would park a tank right there, armed, shells, fully auto, M60 on top. Send the message. Not going around anymore. The white race has had enough. And all the good non-white people who want to stand with us, stand with us. Not going to have the conservative version about, no, it's just all good people and abstractions, and we stand up for ideas. Fuck you and your ideas. I don't sacrifice my flesh on the altar of an idea that is dependent on my flesh. You assholes. Absolute twits. They're just going to start helping them at other areas, which all the more reason. I mean, maybe if I were governor, I would just follow the feds around. I would just order my people to follow them around. Harmless pranks like filling the gas tank with sand, whatever else, to undermine their effort to invade with these intruders. I mean, geez, folks. How long do real white men have to watch? Because what can we do? What can real white men do? People who don't want to people who aren't white negative, don't have racial animus. We don't want to blame other groups of people for our problems. We want to fix things out of love for ourselves, our people. We want to fix things. What can we do if the white masses out there are going to keep choosing these little girl dilettante creators? I saw another one. I found another one. And attractive female, probably white, but maybe some non-white in her as well, genetic history. And she went down. I've got to find her for you all. Because she doesn't even have a massive following yet on the different platforms that she's on. But she ran down the list of all the top conservative organizations, all the top conservative webzines, all the top everything that have told their audiences about her, that have said how wonderful she is. And she's been doing this for 6 months, just giving a conservative opinion and being a pretty face. Not only that, but she mentions before 6 months earlier, she was just given job after job. I wonder if it was because she was a female and maybe also could claim that she's non-white. Big jobs, six-figure jobs. Life absolutely thrown at her feet. Anything she wants in Western civilization. And white people are lining up to want more of that. White people are lining up to pay more, to give more attention. Another dilettante little girl or little boy, I mean, for God's sakes, with all the soy in the chemicals and in the food and everything, these white males, no matter how old they get, they got little boy dicks. I mean, it's ruined. I mean, we look at the amphibians and how they are sexless or whatever else these things are happening, bizarre genetic things, and you think it's not going to adversely affect the human population. You look at what happened to this group of amphibians, what happened to this group of birds, what happened to this group of fish, and then you look over here and you see like these three sort of guys all like snuggling. I mean, what the are you kidding me? I mean, that's not even just like homosexual sex. They're fucking snuggling. Jesus Christ. I mean, there were days, white males, we don't even want to cuddle with a female very long. And you got these white males cuddling and snuggling each other. I mean, what in the fucking world? Oh, but rest assured, if one of those snugglers decides he's going to have a channel and share something conservative, with the RNC going to put him right front first. He's going to be on Fox News, but yeah, you say, oh, that's Big Con Inc. Of course they will. Yeah, and so does everything, all the alt con Inc. as well. Everywhere you look. Crowder will have them. Cracker will celebrate him. And they all will show up and say, oh, a bunch of seals out there. Yay. So disgusting. So disgusted. All right. It's not just the states. When we say the states, we're talking about we don't anthropomorphize. We're intelligent here. The states are the governments are people that compose these entities, people in costumes in fancy buildings, okay? People in costumes in fancy buildings. But the people themselves, these big movements of support in the body politic, that is the white race with good non-white people thrown in. White people, conservative white people, get over it. It's us, and we have good non-white people joining us. It's not good people all supporting a collection of ideas. And if you continue to think about it that way, we're finished. You're finished. Your drugs will stop showing up. Your food is disappearing from the shelves. The different items you need to take care of vehicles and homes are disappearing from the shelves. That's a consequence of the fall of Western civilization. So those drugs you need badly, and we look at countries that are a little bit more ahead in this department or that department. You can look at Canada, where they have this maids in healthcare, where you can show up, look into it for yourself, make sure it's correct, get your sources of information from multiple places. You can show up and say you're unhappy, you want to die, and they're like, hook you up. They're making it easier and easier to commit suicide for white people. We're the target. Non-white people will be collateral damage, but white people are the target. We have got to snap the millions and millions of white people out of this. It's good people supporting a collection of ideas. There is no America without the white race making it. So conservatives, get over it. That's the reality. Slap grandma if you have to. My God, I would. If I still had my grandmothers, I would. If they said anything like, but I don't think my grandmothers wouldn't have said anything that dumb, actually. But if they did, oh boy, they would get it. My grandmothers were hard. My grandmothers were on it. And my grandfathers, harder. They didn't, I guess they weren't eating as much of the poison or whatever it is. They weren't getting as much of the soy. White people just have to stop following this shit. That's the reality. If we can't stop following these people, well, to put it this way, if you keep following, you'll follow them to perdition. MAGA is heading down to the border again. We got two we're going to take a quick look at. And Trump's 2020 convoy. And here you have, this is the same thing that's kicking off now. The truck's heading down to the border. It is, what are the two people calling it? This says here, is this the old name or the new name? Army of God. Okay, yeah, I think heading toward the southern border. The alarm's over the border crisis after another 302,000 cross into the country. Big rigs heading down to Eagle Pass in Texas. In October, Biden requested emergency funding, asking Congress for more border agents. And that was to process bringing these people. I don't know why they're bothering to. It's just, I think it's just for the voters. In other words, if anti-whites could have their way, there wouldn't be any processing. There wouldn't be any border until there were no white people left. And then this could be another Hispanic country at odds with the other Hispanic countries. Then there would be a staunch border. Then the Hispanics here would say, we're not letting any more of these others in. And then they'll be going to war with the other Hispanic countries. You know damn well and good, these Hispanic countries would be obliterating each other if the U.S. and the rest of the West weren't there to prevent it from happening, creating the context for these states to remain, these country states to remain what and where they are. If that didn't exist, if that wasn't in place, they'll be at it with each other instantly. And the ones that operate the United States, they'll be participating. So the reason why any individual anti-white Democrat politician is talking about sending people to the border is for their own voters, so they keep their own Democrat ass in office. Congressman Keith Self, representative from Texas, said, once again, the truckers are standing for we the people. The development is the latest in an increasingly heated and chaotic political fight over whether Texas can ignore or supersede the federal government. All right, let's pull up the other article. And then we're going to have a mention of the potential of conflict spreading in the Middle East. But more importantly, the fact that this country, these anti-whites in charge here, are concerned with the Middle East as much or more than our border. And what's the war being? There's a war being waged here on the white race. Fuck Israel. I don't give a. And in the war in Ukraine, no more white Russians and white Ukrainians killing each other. No more. Let's put an end to the war being waged here in America. The MAGA truckers are back. A convoy of Jesus-loving truckers will converge on the southern border next week in a battle to stop what they say is a migrant invasion, as Texas remains locked in a standoff with the feds over razor wire installed along the Rio Grande in Eagle Pass. But the event, called the, quote, Take Our Border Back Convoy. Okay, so that's the name of the convoy, and promoted by far-right media, is advertised as a peaceful assembly of active and former law enforcement, military, ranchers, bikers, business owners, and mama bears. Sometimes I tell you, the only race that I really get really fired up over, the only race. B is with us, and he says, I just got 2 of your books. I don't know if you addressed the question, but what do you think of international white communities, such as those headed by, and then name some people that are white negative. I don't, white negativity, I abhor. People playing the villain, LARPing as Nazis, are repulsive to the white population. And the data, I've been saying this for decades, arguing about how it's so, totally using reason and logic the entire way, evidence from the real world, totally demonstrable in the real world. And the anti-white, the crypto anti-whites among us arguing against me, slandering me, and sometimes these people are non-white online pretending to be white because they want to get white people to hate and destroy Jews on the basis of their birth. I've been arguing against this and how it turns off white people. White people don't want to demonize people on the basis of their birth. And so finally, we have Jardina conducting research with anti-white objectives in mind and understanding of what's going on in the world, proving beyond it's empirical, proving beyond a question of doubt that if you demonize other groups of people, if you're talking about how other groups of people are bad, then the white population rejects you. The more you do that, the more they reject you. But you have up to 40% of white people, even without these concepts, that are willing to say that they have a white identity, that they care about their white identity. It's meaningful to them. If you can talk to them about their well-being, which we can do, white well-being, with these concepts focused on us, it appeals to them, and they're willing to take up and use these concepts that empower them. So these other groups that LARP are poison to the recapture of our destiny and the ending of our victimization. So I think people like that are our first enemy. I think people that Nazi LARP and are white negative, in fact, I know it because I have watched, I swear it's been uncountable the number of times that good white people with white identity show up. They've got money, they've got talent, they've got connections, they're good people. They want to give their time, they want to help out, etc. And then the first thing that hits them is, you've got to want to kill the Jews, or you've got to want to hate the Jews. You've got to talk endlessly about the Jews and endlessly negative about the blacks. And those white people turn right around and leave. And then all we're left with are a bunch of former fucking convicts, disreputable, classless scum is what these circles get left with. I mean, that's a fact. And I'm not yelling at you. I'm yelling at the reality that I've had to put up with all of these years. Fed up with it. They are enemies of white well-being. They're the first enemies. They are not resistors to our victimization. They are participants. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Anglo-Saxon is here. Strange West is here. Ivan the Horrible is here. Lance Miller is here. The Great Franklin is here. Marluxia mentioned you earlier. Great to see everybody. Let everybody know that we're live and we're doing something that works. We're doing something that matters. As media matters pointed out, some organizers include a rogues gallery. So this is obviously anti-white as all hell, the article, of election deniers, anti-vaxxers, and QAnon conspiracy theorists. Yeah, QAnon poison. Absolute poison. What is the outcome of the for white people who get into QAnon? Apathy. Inactivity. It's poison. Rejected. Election. I mean, I think now on YouTube, I'm not positive, but I think you can say on YouTube even now that the election was fraudulent to some degree, that there was fraud committed to some degree in the last election. I think you can say that on YouTube now. Don't know. One ringleader, Kim Yeater, recently told a Christian podcaster that the convoy is, quote, a God movement that could halt a, quote, Trojan horse in 2024 election. America, and what was I telling you when, as soon as Biden got in the office and this ramped up big time, I said, this is to disrupt the next election, that it wouldn't be another pandemic, that somehow this would be the disruptor. But hey, I mean, if this little lady came up with it now, she deserves the support and more importantly, the obedience of thousands and thousands of retired military, truckers, and the mama bears. They all just follow the mama bears. America, quote, America, we've got to take our border back, shine the light on what's going on, expose it, said Yeater, a radio host who promotes 2020 election fraud lies. Will Yeater have me on? I'll reach out to Yeater. Let's reach out to Yeater and let's see if she'll have me on to use the concepts with love, hope, and redemption that recapture our destiny, so that she can say these things to these truckers and these masses. Or is it she wants to keep this all abstractions and everybody on their knees and females in charge? I mean, which is it going to be, Yeater? Quote, the Bible says to bring everything into the light, we need to hold our elected officials accountable to closing the border and sending the illegal immigrants home back to their countries, close quote. Furthermore, quote, the battle is the Lord's, Yeater said. We must step in as victors in Christ. We are not victims of the enemy, close quote. The battle is not the Lord's. The battle is ours. If the battle is the Lord's, you are not going to be able to righteously, with the passion of self-defense, stand up and fight. You're going to be like the guy in the Alabama courthouse, which I will never forget. The Christian guy, if you all remember, maybe you can go find his video, when the battle was the Lord's and they weren't going to allow, God wasn't going to allow the 10 Commandments to be removed from the Alabama State House. And that guy decided he was going to go get on his knees and he wasn't going to move and just pray in front of the 10 Commandments for the Lord, because the battle was the Lord's. And they went there all on video. They literally picked him up off his knees, carried him outside, and then put him back on his knees in the yard as they went in there with a duck jack, picked this thing up, and wheeled this granite 10 Commandments out of the Alabama courthouse. I guess it was the courthouse. Wheeled it out. And this praying to God, because it was God's battle, did what? He screamed like a 5-year-old, put it back, put it back, put it back. I mean, what a testimony to the mass soy, dickless wonder white boys of today. Put it back. It's not the Lord's, Yeater. It's the fight of the white man. And he got to stand up for himself and his people. That's the fight. And you have to support him as a white woman. That's your role. So we'll see if Yeater wants to have a real man of the West on. Co-organizer Mark Anthony. I looked this guy. He seems like a nice enough guy, but muscleless, and he talks like this when he's. I think we should really, what we should really do. And I mean, okay, that's. I didn't hear like powerful ideas, even though he is muscleless and has a little baby voice. I don't mean that as an insult to him, but that's the reality. So you have, and isn't this just so reminiscent of always being the case? It's like, here's the mama bear in charge, and then here is her little boy guy supporter with her. Yeater, let's see if it's going to be real. Let's see if it's going to be real. He told another right-wing show, quote, the Spirit of God, we all feel it. It's coming. No, God is not coming. My God damn it. You know how God comes to anything, any conflict? He comes through the white man. the white man driven finally to rage. That's when God shows up. And it's just, and isn't it interesting that he referred to God as it's? Is that because God might be a girl? Is that because the creator might be a girl? We want little girls to feel good, right? So God might be a little girl. Who would fear that? Who would fear? If you had opposition with another group of people, would you fear that if that's what their leadership was saying? And it's just the most amazing thing that God could put it on some hearts to have this assembly. Okay, now he's referring to God as a he. He is here. He is present. And this is all about him. No, see, this is a gelded guy. It ain't about it. If it's about God, it's because it's about the white man. It's about the man of the West, which is a white man who has done Western civilization on the world. If that's what it is, bro. If it's about God, then that's what it is. You're not going to have any victory. How many times we got to watch this new Christian pacifist get out there and say, glory, glory be, glory, and then lose. And they're like, let us pray that the Holy Spirit will fuck you. I was just quoting God. If they could listen closer, they would say, I can almost hear Jesus. Wait, he just told me to fuck myself. Yeah, bitch. That's what he just said. 3 U.S. service members killed, at least 34 injured by radical Iran-backed militant groups. Now, this is going to be tit for tat. The U.S. will strike back against the groups that Iran finances. You'll be able to, usually you can tell if you want to bother yourself with something that you have no control over, because I don't know, you're an imbecile. Maybe it's your hobby and you just like to know these things. But the Islamic terrorist groups, and I mean, maybe they are terrorists, the groups that I'm talking about. But if they're funded by Israel or they're funded by the UK, rarely will the US or the UK or Israel hit those groups. They're going to hit the groups that are actually financed by Iran or other big state actors. So you can kind of parse who is a legit, if you will, siding with Iran and who is a puppet of an opposition government and false flagging. Okay. But why does it matter? Can you do anything about it? So the whole purpose of looking at something like this is to tell the elected representatives here in Western and in other Western countries to screw themselves when they want to concern themselves with the Middle East, while Europe, while the totality of the West, America Canada is at war with anti-whiteism, at war with anti-whites. Anti-whites should be getting rounded up. Anti-white lawyers who are doing all the paperwork for these intruders coming in, round them up. Charge them with sedition. Charge them with treason. Punish them accordingly. That's what should be happening. You turn on the news and you can see these people, these empty suits. And let me tell you, they are most empty at the crotch. These empty suits they'll say, yeah, the border's a big problem. Biden, he just keeps facilitating. And any money we put to the border has to also be put to Israel in like sum. No, at that point, we pull you out of your office and we give you a long vacation forever from America. Maybe you can go live in Israel. They won't give you citizenship if you're not Jewish, but you love it so much, you want to protect it so much, maybe you should dwell in Israel. Same with Ukraine. You want to continue facilitating the deaths of all those white people on both sides of that conflict, maybe you and your family should live front and center to have a wonderful view of young white men having their goddamn limbs blown off for that bullshit. Their goddamn limbs. Bodies blown to pieces. Because you keep financing the conflict. With these lies that, well, Russia will just take everything over next. Bullshit. Russia does not have, forget about it. Doesn't have the ability. Forget about whether they want to or not. Russia? Are you joking? Jesus Christ. 3 U.S. service members were killed. And 34 wounded. Are these white guys? Are these white little girls that shouldn't be out there? Are they disfigured? Are they not going to be able to have families anymore? Are they now going to have lost their minds now? For what? Over there in Jordan? What the fuck are they doing there? Why are they in another country that doesn't even want America there? How does that help America? You don't need a base in another country that you force upon them when we can exert death all around planet Earth in minutes without the bases. No, if anything, they prop these places up so that American servicemen can be killed so that they can then say, justified that we continue to destroy Israel's enemies, justified that America is so concerned. And by the way, this whole America first bullshit, I want you to look up Jim Traficant. Look up Jim Traficant, a Democrat who was saying America first way back in the day. Way back in the day, Jim Traficant. I thought this guy was amazing. I have pictures with him. And they killed his ass. His tractor rolled over him. Isn't that funny? Just another day on the farm when the tractor you've been driving for decades decides to roll over on top of you and crush you. You know, on a piece of property where you've driven the tractor before, just happens to roll over and crushes you. America first ain't new. America first wasn't just thought of. He was a Democrat fighting for America first, arguing against supporting Israel all the way back in the day. But Jason, I thought it was a New Mexican guy. It was a young Mexican guy was the guy. You are an idiot. How many anime porn are you using a night? How much soy infected and other chemical infected water and fast food and donuts and everything else are you consuming? You like mutants. The white race is just like full of mutants now. These little things come waddling out and they're like, they're like these like doughy arms and everything. I am so glad that I was not, I couldn't have been. I was fighting. When I came out of my mother, this is true. I will find my baby picture. When I came out of my mother as an infant, I punched myself in the face. I was swinging my fists and hit myself in the face. And the doctor said, "Oh, no, don't hit yourself, little guy," as the story goes. I was swinging so hard. Gave myself a black eye as a consequence. My baby picture, I have a black eye. I've been in a fight already. My infant picture at the hospital. Yeah, but find another brain dead comedian to follow in the mass. Find another little girl to follow in the masses. You have like the story of a lifetime. The white baby. I mean, that's what you would like hear and like Sparta. This king was born and he was already fighting the moment he came out of his mother. That was the greatest moment in my mother's life. And that's the greatest moment in any white woman's life, is to give birth to a son of the West. You don't like that I said it? It's because something's wrong with you. Iran-backed militia Saturday night in Jordan, prompting President Biden to vow to respond to what were the first deaths of American troops by enemy fire in the Gaza war. Saturday's air assault was carried, and when it comes to that war, I've said it before, I'll say it again, or that conflict, that slaughtering, which is what I mean, war? What war? What war? You had a ragtag bunch of terrorists somehow magically sneak across the most guarded border on planet Earth, more guarded than the 38th parallel in Korea, somehow sneak across, murder, rape, stab to death, mutilate, decapitate a bunch of civilians, thousands of civilians in Israel, and then an actual country with a military strikes back. So what do you mean war? Where's the war? I mean, this Hamas is a militarized gang war. Saturday's air assault was carried out against a small American outpost in Jordan near the Syrian border and marked the worst attack in the region since 4 U.S. soldiers were killed by an ISIS bomb in 2019. Biden on Sunday blasted the attack as despicable and wholly unjust and warned, "We shall respond." U.S. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Anti-White Austin echoed the president's warning. Lloyd, can I get me some transgenders in the military? Can I get me some transgenders? What is the difference between the people who call themselves chicks with dicks and transgenders? It's a genuine question. What's the difference? The president and I will not tolerate attacks on American forces, and we will take all necessary action to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests. So there you have all of this concern for abroad, all of this concern for anti-white oligarchs in America and Europe, having a disagreement with anti-white oligarchs in Russia. Russia aren't the good guys. Russia is not white positive or white sympathetic. All the evidence is there. It's none of that. You have a disagreement. You have a power struggle between the different anti-white oligarchs. All this attention, all of this talk about Ukrainian, which they'll drop like this when they resolve the conflict between the anti-white. They won't care what happens to the people of Ukraine at that point. Then you have the same. Then you have all of this concern in the politicians in America and the rest of the West with Israel and protecting Israel's interests and protecting the hegemony of, and that's what it is, of Israel over the area. There's endless concern for that. And then they're like border. And you notice of the United States, you notice that every time border, so we need to be, by the way, just when I bring Jesse Goes Political back, when these politicians, when they go speak somewhere, especially if it's a smaller, especially if it's a town meeting where we could get in, and they want to bring up the border, which everybody is concerned about because it's an attack on Western kind, Westmen, and therefore America, living America, when they bring that up and then they want to couple it with Israel, and you're going to have those cucks in the audience that are like pro-Israel or whatever, we need to shout them down. We need to tell them to themselves. We need to tell them that it's about us. It's not about, if you're concerned with Israel, get the fuck out. If you're concerned with Ukraine, head on over. Because we're taking care of ourselves from now. Do you see how everything changes when it's no longer an abstraction? Do you see how you can become righteously indignant when it's about us and our welfare? And how all of that disappears when it's an abstraction? When you then have to be confronted with the arguments about Ukraine sovereignty and nationalism and self-governance and Israel, the chosen people of God, and whether or not they're going to be safe against terrorists and all this other kind of bullshit. Do you see how you have to deal with all those arguments then? You don't got to deal with it when you go free. We'll be right back.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough.
retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah.
retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred.
Let's begin that celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Swashbuckling, and we'll get back to our gathering and take your questions, comments, your financial gifts. But first, we're going to celebrate the one and only, the mythical, the powerful, the magical ForNull, ladies and gentlemen. For ForNull, for that song, his big celebration, a glorious addition to every gathering, the great ForNull and his works in service to white well-being. Big salutes, everybody, big salutes. Thank you all for that. Jason is here, Red Dog is here, Ivan is here, and we're celebrating. We have the IRL wallpapering of Virginia by, you know him well, Franklin. Ladies and gentlemen, check it out. Check out the great work. Anti-whiteism is evil. CRT is anti-white. The media is anti-white. Stop white erase. Look at this. These are all individual, no reruns. Man, Franklin is a demigod. Keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Not only does it happen in the real world by the great Franklin, there are others participating. And we have here's John. Give it up for John. Massive swashbuckling of 007s. Let's get those swashbuckling flags out. Let's get those 95s out, ladies and gentlemen. Stop white erasure. End anti-whiteism. On the back of his automobile, look at this. Embrace white well. These are new. Embrace white well-being. NoWhiteGuilt.org. John is amazing. Look at this. Unstoppable. Look at that. Reject the anti-white narrative. Folks, if you do a lot of driving, this is an unbelievable swashbuckling thing to do. Let's give it up. Wild swashbuckling flags, 95s, 007s for John and all the IRL work. Let's keep it going for, you know it, the audiobook of It's a Comedy, Damn It is out, and it's spreading. Commercials are running. It's out there. The real release, or should you say the release, begins February 2nd, Groundhog Day. Get ready to share those tweets that I'll be making, but the commercials are already out there. Our brothers and sisters already coming to the epic swashbuckling of It's a Comedy, Damn It, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up. It's out there. It's available. We're going to keep celebrating here for the great No White Guilt clips. Epic swash this week. How many clips did he make this week? And they're doing magnificently. They're on Instagram. They're on Twitter. They're everywhere. Make sure you follow, retweet the magnificent No White Guilt clips. Base White showed me how to add the chapters in the description to the actual videos. So where there's enough information to do so, I've gone back like 100 plus live streams and adding them, taking all of the hard work that Franklin does, doing the timestamps, and that when No White Guilt clips doing the timestamps as well, taking it to the next level by actually enabling people to click right on the videos. Big swash for Based White. What did he do there? What did he do? He saw something that could be done that would increase the swashbuckling. He figured out how to do it, reached out to me with that information. Magnificent. That's how situational leadership is carried out. That's how we do it. Big thanks. Based White also sharing that Paul Joseph Watson using anti-white, using the concept anti-white in one of his latest videos. Let's give it up. Swashbuckling flags, 007s for the one and only Paul Joseph Watson. I like him more and more the more he covers, uses these concepts in his coverage. God bless you, brother. Let's celebrate the lovely Paul Ridge from down under, ladies and gentlemen. 007s, 95s for the lovely Paul Ridge, making his new video, Meet Your People. I think this one was Hungary is the new one. Let me know if I'm wrong or if I'm right in the live chat. Paul Ridge is a god on planet Earth. We're going to have him back on very soon for a swash through at a minimum. A brilliant gentleman. We love him. 007, swashbuckling flags. Meet your people. Show every person that you can. And you can find it over on schoolofthewest.world. There is a link for it there. Dandy Westman making clips as well over on Instagram. Clips of yours truly. Celebrate him. Celebrate Dandy Westman for that swash. Get this man some crowns. Get him some crowns. We have also swashing Nicholas DeSanto, the comedian extraordinaire that we had here, using the concept anti-white. Ladies and gentlemen, so king epic swash. This guy is going to the stratosphere. We're going to help him. We're going to help speed the ascension to divinity. And he's using anti-white. We love it. God bless Nicholas DeSanto. Ye Old European has finished the Dutch translation of Go Free. Oh my God. Talk about a swashbuckling, epic, dazzling swash deed. Ladies and gentlemen, get Ye Old European some of the biggest swashbuckling flags you can find. We love it. God bless you for that hard work and everybody who helped you out on that swash. We have just 3 more, it looks like, ladies and gentlemen. We have Cindy Ben, I have here wanting to celebrate, writing, quote, people need to realize that without whites, there is no Western civilization. We talk about this all the time and no white guilt. And she was getting a plethora of upvotes over on one of the latest Lotus Eaters videos. So talk about Abstraction Central. People are showing up there for the abstractions. And Cindy Ben is wading in as a woman of the West and carrying high that swashbuckling flag. Talk about a swashbuckler extraordinaire, swinging in on the rope and has the people upvoting, saying that there is no Western civilization without Western kind. Big swash for Cindy Ben. White student transmission in conversation with Anne-Marie Waters in the UK on Twitter. And he says to her, will you campaign on outlawing anti-white discrimination? She had tweeted, said nothing about white people. It was abstraction galore. He says this, anti-white discrimination, and Waters wrote back this, quote, all of my speeches say so. I'm now fighting for white people. No choice. We are under attack. Oh my God. Raucous emojis for both Anne-Marie Waters and white student transmission. This is how the West is saved. This is how it is won, ladies and gentlemen. Crowns and gems for both of these individuals. Crowns and gems, hearts and fire. I love it, ladies and gentlemen. A big salute to everyone kicking ass over on Twitter. It has been amazing. I've seen over there on all social media, everywhere I go. Instagram, I show up. I see us. I see it on Gab. I see it on Facebook. I see our people showing up, swashbuckling in all of these environments. You too need to be a swashbuckler. You too are doing the moral thing. When you swash this way, when you get out there, you spread the lexicon, you spread the website, you tell people where to go to get more. You too are doing the right thing as a champion in the world. And I got to say, I wasn't going to name anybody in particular this week, but the Blue Flame has dropped endorsements of yours truly, the work we're doing here, the website, the YouTube channel, over 100 times this week. If there's anybody that needs a special salute, it's the Blue Flame and some raucous emojis. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll celebrate 10 seconds and we'll be right back. Oh my gosh, ladies and gentlemen, it is spreading. The victory is spreading. The work that we are doing is spreading. Our successes are spreading. I couldn't be happier. We're going to get to what we have here, your comments and questions. If you tagged me earlier and I missed it, I want you to tag me again with that comment and put it up. We're going to go through. We're going to start celebrating. We're going to start answering. We're going to start speaking to the subjects that you find important. We're going to take a look at these financial gifts, and we're going to take a quick look at the Go Free lesson of the day. I want you to think about it. I want you to tag me if you have any thoughts on it, and maybe pop in on the Twitter space if you have thoughts on it. Whiteness is an abstraction that anti-whites have already defined. We're going to be talking about that. Third edition stuff, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to make sure it gets into the conversation. It is an abstraction that anti-whites have already defined. Get your thoughts together on that. Let me head on over to Entropy and begin right away with big salutes for the one and only, ladies and gentlemen, Dude, Bro, Moment 50, White Wellbeing dollars. Big celebration, 95s for Dude, Bro, Moment. Give this man some love. Throw the gems at him. Throw the gems. Throw the crowns. Have the raucous emojis. Scream his name. Sing his songs for all time. Dude, Bro, Moment. Financially gifting $50. And he writes with those $50 for White Wellbeing. God bless you, brother. We also have over here, keep the celebration going, for TJ over here. Quadruple 07s for TJ. Crowns for his head. And screaming emojis for his life. Everywhere he goes, the song of TJ will be sung. He says with 25 White Wellbeing dollars. Thank you so much, TJ. He says, in memory of my white well-being mother, thanks for everything. My goodness, brother. My heart goes out to you. It's obviously, you just lost your mother, and big sympathy, commiserate with you on the loss of your mother. And in her memory, we will celebrate now with the raucous emojis and celebrate the passing. A wonderful life, obviously. TJ's mother. He would not have done this if she had been an anti-white monster and wicked. In memory of my white well-being mother, thanks for everything. God bless you, man. Thank you for that. Thank you for here recognizing her and what she meant to you. My heart goes out to you. Prayers and positive energy to TJ, just losing his mother. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you so much for being a wonderful and magnificent servant to white well-being. You will do her proud every day for the rest of your life. Let's keep the celebrations going, and let's see who else we have here. We have a $3 financial, nope, that was from last week. We have $15 financial gift from Spartan. Spartan says, thank you so much for that $15 financial gift. And he writes, hi, Jason. A few days ago, I watched a stream with the Reverend Simon Sideways and Mark Cobb. Is that really the name of the person? Discussing Sam Melia's arrest and conviction for the use of stickers carrying slogans. Whilst there, up popped the name from the past. I think that this person has lost that person's way. I'm not going to repeat the person's name. It is a person that it maybe has. What a shame. And what a shame that how many people need to be arrested and lose their ability to make a livelihood, lose their ability to work in their trade for which they were trained, education for which they were trained, lose their ability to communicate with family or friends that throw them out of their lives, and then lose their freedom when they are in prison. How many more people does that have to happen to? How many more? And Sam has, he's got a wife, he's got kids, and facing jail time, who knows how long. And I'd be willing to bet that if had not been led down a path where from all sides being told that if you're not hating on other groups of mankind, then you're not doing anything. If he hadn't been led down that path, he wouldn't be where he is today. My heart goes out to them, and I hope and pray that it ends up in a best case scenario. Stays home, and it is nothing more than a blemish on his record that maybe he can even attempt to have expunged in the future. All right, let me swivel around to here. Hello, I see Ivan over there on Rumble. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt on any of these platforms, should you like to speak with yours truly. Hello to those on D Live. I don't see any new financial gifts, so I didn't miss anybody. Hello to those over on Odyssey. I don't see any new financial gifts. Let me refresh this and see what happens, because it's looking a bit okay. Yep. And remember to tag me as No White Guilt if you have any questions or comments for yours truly. Let me swivel around to this way, and we will refresh, and we will continue to roll through this glorious Sunday in service to white well-being. Celebrate, ladies and gentlemen. Crowns. I want you to drop crowns from heaven. You are the deities that can form the crowns with your brains, your mind, your will, and then drop them lightly down upon the head of First Last, who has shown up here today. And Seamus, drop your crowns on the heads of First Last and Seamus. Throw gems, 95s, toss 95s, toss jerseys with 95s, just like the great reptile created, onto the bodies of First Last and Seamus. First Last financially gifting 50. Save the white baby dollars. God bless you, brother. Thank you so very much. Another substantial financial gift from that hero, and $25 from the great Seamus. Financial gift from Seamus here today. He says $25 with it. He says, for ending anti-whiteism. Yes, and he's got a great, I retweeted the video that he made. Check it out. Follow Seamus. Support him. Brilliantly delivered video. God bless you. So many talented contributions to the service of white well-being. And this is how we are changing everything, and have already changed everything. God bless you. We have Jason here over on Cash App as well. $5 financial gift. Thank you so much. And he writes with those $5, thanks for all you do. God bless you, brother. Well, thank you as well. I appreciate the gratitude, and I thank you for your service to white well-being, going free, taking it to the anti-whites. We have here Yizz the Unifier. See, she swashed through at the early part of this gathering, and she says, with those $5, a weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Keep it Promethean. Thank you, sister. God bless you. We have also White Student Transmission in the conversation. We were just celebrating this champion, the man of the West. $5 he's financially gifting here, and he says, folk tithe. Smiling face and clapping. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. Looks like we are blank on subscribe star, so we didn't miss anybody, and we will continue rolling. I'll take a quick look at YouTube live chat. We're going to begin with the Go Free lesson of the day. The Go Free lesson of the day coming up in just one moment. Let me see what we have here. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have any questions, comments. Thank you all for celebrating. Full white well-being is with us. God bless you, brother. Great to see you. Big salutes. The nameless one is here. Wonderful to see you. Fired up to make a difference in the world, and making that difference. Mandy is with us. Hello, sister. Let's see who else is. Jay Bishop is with us. June is with us. Who else is here? Southern Bloom is with us. Hyperborean Dream is here. Private Life, Based White. is with us. Great to see you. Cool Papa J Magic. On many of my successful comments all over conservative YouTube, Cindy Ben shows up in my replies to tell about your channel. When I talk about you, my comments are deleted, so she helps. Magnificent. Oh my, do you see the teamwork there? 07s for the teamwork of Cool Papa J Magic and Cindy Ben. Finding an obstacle. This is how white people work. Came up against the obstacle that when he talks about me, the comment gets deleted. So he uses the concepts, and then she comes in, talks about me, and hand in glove, we end up with tons of conservative folks seeing the concepts, finding out about us because of these champs. 07s, 95s. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen in the house? Who else? Alex is here. Great to see you. God, everybody's celebrating. Anchors and crowns and flags. Oh my. Hearts, fireworks, popcorn, people hugging. I love it. Happy Warrior. That's what we are. Happy Warrior is with us today. God bless you. Good to see you. First Last in the live chat. Good to see you. All right. Mandy. Did I say Mandy already? Hello to you. The great ForNull. Azimuth Clark just caught my attention, is in the chat. Great to see you all. Let us continue. Whiteness. Should I bumper it? Let's bumper it, and we'll get into the Go Free lesson of the day. Okay, folks, you've probably heard before, we don't use the anti-white concept, whiteness. We just watched academic and some content creators that interview academicians, anti-whites all, and they happily use the concept whiteness. Whiteness has been around for a while. It is not a concept that we coined for what we make. We are not whiteness. Our products, our projection into the world is not whiteness. Could you imagine looking at the Sistine Chapel and calling that whiteness? I mean, aesthetically, it's repulsive. Could you imagine looking at our greatest works of art, our poetry, our prose, our militaries, and calling that whiteness? No. That's not what we make. White is a word that perforce has become associated with Western kind. Westmen, us, creators of Western civilization. It is merely a shorthand identifier that we should use less and less. When we talk to the general public, we can say white people because that's what they're going to recognize all around the globe. And then we toss in Westmen, Western kind. If it's a group of people that are really touchy, maybe you don't use Westman, Western kind the first time. But in the next or the second or the third or fourth time, rather, you use it. White is used because it's used globally. But that's not what we are. So we don't produce a shorthand identifier. How dumb is it to claim as an identity a shorthand a nickname. Could you, if your name, I don't know, you think about it, maybe you all can come up with something funny in the live chat. Like if your nickname was Balls, because you were good at sports, we'll say, not because you have a mighty sack of sports balls, but because you're good at sports. So your name is Balls, your nickname. Would you own Ball Sweat as what you produce? How triumphantly asinine is that? Your nickname is Balls, so what you produce is Ball Sweat. But that's what's happening out in the landscape, the hinterland of Western civilization. They're like, oh, so you're calling it, you anti-whites in government, in these institutions that I find to be vile, these learning institutions I find to be so-called vile. I execrate, I condemn, I excoriate you to the depths of hell. But I'll happily adopt that you have decided that what I produce, what my entire people produce, is something called whiteness, a concept derived from what is quantifiably a nickname for my people. I'll just adopt that, no matter how ugly it is. I mean, if you're going to adopt whiteness, you might as well adopt Ball Sweat. Seriously, whiteness is as ugly as Ball Sweat. So, I mean, I won't go so far as to say Ball Sweat. At least Ball Sweat is a little bit more honest. Whiteness kind of sneaks under the radar a bit. It's like, isn't whiteness schmegma? I mean, sake. Do not use the anti-white concept. It's an anti-white abstraction. We don't use abstractions. We don't use such abstractions, so they're not anti-white abstractions. It is an abstraction, an anti-white abstraction that means white people. It means that white people don't exist at the same time. But that's contradictory. I know, dipshit. Well, they can't do that. I will tell them what their concept means and that I'm truer to their concept than they are. Then I've got them. No, Opie, you don't have them. They've got you by the ball sweat. It also, whiteness also means oppression, exploitation. So when they say that they oppose whiteness, they are saying that they oppose exploitation, oppression. When you say that you're for whiteness, you're saying that you're for oppression, for exploitation. Oh, but no, I don't give a fuck what you mean. Either does society. Either does all of academia. Stop trying to use their words. Stop using their concepts. Whiteness is a concept designed to defeat us, like other anti-white concepts, like the ultimate racist. It is designed to defeat us. And if white sympathetic people keep using whiteness, it will become, both implicit and explicit people, it will become one of the most powerful meme pathogens because of how it can mean white people and not white people. So do not use it. Call it out as an anti-whiteism, an anti-white concept. The users of it are anti-white. When it's a friend, let them know that here is a concept that you're using that is actually detrimental to us. And I just wanted to make you aware of it. You do not browbeat anybody. You spread this knowledge to people who are willing to take it up, okay? That's how we do this. No browbeating, just to people who are willing to take it up. And we say it politely to them. So, if we aren't whiteness, what are we? What do we produce? We are Westman, just like human. There isn't a West woman, just like there isn't Hugh woman. We are Westman. M-E-N as plural, M-A-N as a singular, and as in total, we are Western kind. We produce, not whiteness, Western civilization. Western culture is what we produce. That's what comes from our instincts into the world. Western civilization, Western culture, Western norms. Those are the things that we can fight for. Those are the things we identify with. Not an abstraction given us by anti-white intellectuals to harm us. So if you have any thoughts on that, you can tag me. You can wait for the Twitter space. I'd love to hear them. But whiteness is a nickname. Or white is a nickname. And we are not going to allow our nickname to be conceptualized into what we do in the world. Okay. Let us take a look at, while you all potentially tag me or financially gift, announcements. Now, the announcements we have, only one I have here, is that this coming Wednesday, the Roll In Go Free is at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. It's on Wednesday this time. It's not Thursday. So Wednesday, we will be here Wednesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time. Keep that in mind as Wednesday approaches if you can make it. Otherwise, please watch in replay and share the replay everywhere. Comment as well in the threads. The more comments, maybe, sometimes YouTube, when they make a change at the top, affects a bunch of channels, and it's not impossible that we could get out from underneath of some of the shadow banning that way. It's happened a couple times before. If you remember, like, for example, we got the right to have channel membership twice. They had to take it away twice, but you never know. So comment and share. Thank you. We have no mail in the thaumatological mail bag this week, but I am going to share content creators, and then we're going to get into the Twitter space, which actually I think I will get up and running right now. How does that sound? And we'll see what your thoughts are. And why don't we name it? Why don't we name it? Will there be war in Texas? How does that sound? You think that'll bring some people in? Of course, you could talk about whatever you want. And nope, that's not what I want to do. Spaces. These spaces will probably be taken away from people like me in the future. So we should make use of them while we can. All right. All right, we'll do that. Come on. We'll start me up and talking so that folks can hear me. These are the content creators that you're going to write down and you're going to go follow. You're going to come back and listen to. Andrei Moisajev, ladies and gentlemen. Please, I don't read these out to y'all for the shit of it, right? So when I tell you these people, please follow them. Please participate in white well-being. Andrei Moisajev at Art of Myth on YouTube. White People Press. Everything that I'm going to read here, again, I always preface, these people are on YouTube, and that's where I want you to stay. But I might not have their YouTube handle here. And so all I can do is direct you to where you could find it. White People's Press at whitepeoplespress.com. schoolofthewest.com, School of the West, schoolofthewest.world. Yizz the Unifier shared a bunch of her links earlier. She is obviously on Twitter. On YouTube at Yizz_the_eunuch. And she has all of those shows, Empire Lies, Discordant Dragons, etc. Make sure you follow. The great ForNull, he is on YouTube at ForNelius Newland, Nulland. He also has, and he's got the shows that he does and running music that he does. He also is on Twitter at ForNull USA. His blog is westernparagon.blogspot.com. No White Guilt Clips. He's on Twitter as NWG Clips. TikTok as Jason Goes Political Show. And then on all of the following I'm going to read, he is No White Guilt Clips. On all of the following: Instagram, Gab, YouTube, BitChute, Facebook, Rumble, Truth Social. Everywhere you have a platform that he is, please follow. Lovely Porridge, the Great Porridge, at Jubilation Media on YouTube. Let's see, who else? Intellectual Embargo, also on YouTube, but I have here at Intellectual Embargo on Odyssey. Final Blossom on YouTube at Final Blossom. His blog is Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter, and it is finalblossom.substack.com. Alternative Voices Portal, alternative_voices_portal. Odyssey, look for him on YouTube. Biospirit of the West, White Wellbeing Quora, nowhiteguilt.quora.com. A lot of great writers over there like Cindy Ben. Biospirit of the West, absolutely, you must follow him on Twitter at BiospiritWest. For White Wellbeing, at For White Wellbeing. Dinostorm, at Dino, D-Y-N-O, Storm. And at StudioDinostorm.com. RC the Realist. And he is on YouTube. You might be able to type in RC the Realist to find him. And I think that's the only link I have. He's on IG as well. So look for him on IG. Also as, I think on Instagram, he is the_realist_songwriter. And then maybe you can find his YouTube from there. White Student Transmission on Twitter. White Student T. Book is on Amazon. Equal Training. Aussie Mike. He covers the farm murders in South Africa. He's on Twitter at Traditional Mike. Wing It Productions. At Wing It Prod. P-R-O-D. Western Kind for Christ. At Western Kind for Christ. Ye Old European. His website, the Go Free Dutch website, is WESTERWELZIJN.BE. Of course, that's to find the YouTube. That's where I want you to go. Promethean Kitchen on YouTube at Promethean Kitchen. He also has a Substack, substack.com/search/Promethean Kitchen. And finally, Based White at Based White NWG on YouTube, Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. I'll take a quick look at the comments. We'll bump it and 10 seconds. Be right back. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the Twitter space? Let me take a look at these comments and see if there are any tags. I will refresh also on our platforms for financial gifting so that I don't missed anybody. Hyperborean Jim, hello to you, is here. And we want to follow the outreach team on Twitter. I think ForNull is maybe saying we need to add that to the list. Is it outreach team? What is it on Twitter? Yeah, we need to add that to the list for sure. Good thinking. All right, let me just quickly check. Looks like we are blank over on both of those. Swivel around here. And what are we here? Okay, didn't miss anybody there either. We will check over there. I have to take the glasses off. Okay, Odyssey looks fine. Didn't miss anybody. And on D Live. Okay, so let me check out here if anybody tagged me. If you would like the mic on the Twitter space, please ask, and I will give you the mic now. Rise is here with us in the live chat. First Laz says, you too, brother, our best speaker ever. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Promethean Kitchen. I heard that Sam, if convicted, would probably be 2.5 years, and he would miss the birth of his second daughter. Oh my, that's going to make me sick. That'll make me sick. That is, I don't blame anti-whites first. Anti-whites are going to anti-white. You know that? Anti-whites are going to anti-white. Every time you turn around, anti-whites are going to anti-white. I've been saying this for decades. I've been trying to talk people out of this for decades. Anti-whites are going to anti-white. You're the only one who can change your behavior. And you could do something that's going to be harmful to you, your family, our people, the recapture of our destiny. You can do something that's going to be beneficial. You can go free. And it'll keep you free from prison. It will keep you free. You can still go free. You can still use our concepts everywhere in the West. They're not illegal. The go free concepts. If that happens, I'm going to be really, if he misses the birth of the child, his second daughter, I felt when I read that, I immediately felt sick, like physical sick. That's sickening. And that infuriates me. Let's stop advocating in ways that are white negative, that harm us individually, and that harm our effort to take back our destiny and end our victimization. We have the evidence, the actual study conducted, that you want to drive down white identity, you associate it with white supremacy, neo-Nazism, white pride, what the public knows as white pride. You associate it with those things, you drive down white identity. White people do not want to be associated with that. And anybody who actually cares for our people understands this and says, okay, I'm not going to go that direction. And it's not in keeping with your spirit anyhow to hate on other groups of people. Spud is here. Great to see you as well. All right. Doesn't look like I missed anybody. Unless, well, the screen jumped. So if you tag me again. And there's a guy in the live chat that keeps promoting his particular brand of Christianity. I just want you to know, you're welcome into my house, but you can't proselytize. You're welcome to come in. If you want to have a debate with me, then you can tag me and we can do that. You're welcome to come in my house. You're welcome to hear what we're doing here. You're welcome to speak directly to me with tag and tell me how you disagree respectfully, but you can't proselytize. You can't come here and proselytize atheism, Christianity, European, old European, I guess, more derived faiths or whatever it is. You can't do that. We're going free here, and that is the work that's actually working. So when people show up and they want to direct people away to endeavors that have not worked, I find it suspect. But it's my house. If I went in your house, I wouldn't say, hey, drop your particular version of Christianity and do something else instead. I wouldn't do that. So give me that respect. I appreciate it. Spud says she tagged me about an hour ago. But you can tag me again with whatever it was. I'll speak to it. Oh, what do you think? What do we do when the Tika enjoyers slap some of their art on the word anti-white rights? Is that Julesy? Is that what that is? Anyhow, well, we mock them. The same way you can think about anti-whites doing it. Anti-whites, just like they will associate Trump, they'll go out there and they will associate Trump with the swastika and etc. So you ridicule them. You mock them. That's what we do. We continue to promulgate, and the verbiage, the concepts, the dialectics, we promulgate those things. And when people try to co-opt them, whether it's some LARPer or some crypto anti-white, we ridicule them. And in that case, you would ridicule them for not using the verbiage of their painter or the verbiage of World War II or whatever. You hold their feet to the fire on why aren't you going to be why aren't you out there saying what should be done to the Jews? Is it because you're a coward? You know your opinions. Tell your opinions to the world. We react the same way that Donald Trump supporters react when a bunch of anti-whites get out there and they're like, hey, let's put up our Donald Trump sign and then we'll wave a swastika banner. That's what you do. Great question. All right. Do we have Slaughtz with us? Do you have the mic on?
Yeah. Hey, brother.
Hey, let me move this mic over. Good to hear from you. What's on your mind today?
So when you brought up the mean pathogen of whiteness, another MC occurred to me that was connected to it, which is when you invert things in the anti-white narrative, you're still stuck in it. Right. So when you're trying to take the term that they invented or they popularized and invert it, you're still stuck in the anti-white narrative. You're still using the pretext that they have with that word.
Yeah, great point. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. What was the name of the politician that White Student Transmission had talked to?
Anne-Marie Waters.
Yeah, Anne-Marie Waters.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if now that she's supported white well-being publicly, if it's election interference to censor white well-being.
Oh, wow. Yes. Brilliant thought, my brother. Yes. Yeah, election interference. So you can't censor the concepts that defend Western kind, Western civilization, because that would be election interference. That's really smart. Nice, Slaughtz.
And that's all I had.
All right, brother. Well, you can hang out and just mute yourself if you'd like and pop in if you have a thought while we're chatting here for the rest of the remainder 30 minutes or so. And I will continue. What a great thought that is, folks, isn't it? That we couple our concepts and dialectics to political activity so that it would be illegal to censor it, like it's clearly happening. And we have Cool Papa J Magic talking about using and we just proved with Grace on her Twitter. I'm just going to call it Twitter from now on, not X, because it still is Twitter. that when she adds my website to her tweets, to the primary tweet, rather than a response to herself, the tweet goes nowhere now. The exact same tweet with the exact same verbiage without my website on it gets more views, more likes, more retweets in 20 minutes than the exact same tweet did in 12 hours where it had my website. That's hardcore censorship on Twitter. Now, does Musk know about it? Does he care about it? Who knows? But this is what we said would happen, remember? Everybody wants to act now like they're all gut shot. Oh, what about free speech? It was never about free speech, dipshit. We told you that. It was all about him having a way to spit back recriminations at politicians and media moguls and reporters and the like. That's what it was always about, free speech. Give me a break. We had a brief stint of a little bit of a Wild West here on Twitter, and it's gone. And it's gone now. I mean, I had two tweets taken down where I'm never white negative. I never hate on any group of people, speak negatively, have a disparaging remark about anyone on the basis of the way they're born, ever. And they took 2 tweets down for hate. Did you know that Twitter is taking tweets down for hate? And apparently, all you have to do is have a bunch of anti-whites on Twitter report a tweet for hate. And it doesn't have to say anything in the tweet about other races of people. And Twitter will send you a message and say, hey, congratulations, your tweet's taken down for hate. Because a bunch of mass anti-whites have reported it. But what's happening? We have, as our title, Will There Be War in Texas? Will there be war? Now, a large-scale war, a war between the state of Texas and the federal government, not possible. Totally ridiculous to even consider. But could there be violence in Texas? Could there be some hostility between different faction sides? Yes. And what form could that take? And wouldn't that be something to have white people fighting over to keep the border closed or to have the border open so that non-white people can intrude into this country, continue at record numbers? What might that violence look like? I could very easily see something breaking out between or among agents, between or among soldiers, between or among law enforcement who are ordered to carry out X in defiance of the contradiction on the other side. And they can't go back empty-handed. I could see something, and I would imagine it would begin with actual fistfights. That's what I am looking for happening in the somewhat near future, maybe even in the next couple of days. Fistfights between law enforcement and military personnel in Texas. But as far as shooting or anything like that, I don't see any of that happening anytime soon. All right, in the live chat, we have, okay, no, I thought that was something new, but that's not. Good question, though. I will take another look over here, and we'll just make sure I didn't miss anybody, and we will keep going. Go ahead, Slaughtz.
Elon Musk, if he was smart, he would really consider that the media is still running circles around him with impunity. Every time they're defaming him, they're getting away with it. They're doing it en masse. And if he wants to actually push back, he needs the concepts of go free to empower his base on Twitter to fight against them.
Yes.
I mean, otherwise he's going to be withered by 1,000 cuts.
Without question. The value of Twitter is crumbling. You're not going to be able to create, as you can see, folks, not even one of the richest guys in the world can create an alternate economy to compete with the people who print the money. And so that's what I've said before, being the richest person or one of the richest people in Chuck E. Cheese money is immaterial. And some people who have no idea what this restaurant is, it's a restaurant for children. There are games, and you go in there and you get, you turn over real dollars for Chuck E. Cheese money, coins, and the rest. And you go and play these games. It's just money produced by somebody else. He can't create an alternative economy with all that money that he has. He can be burned down. Value of Twitter plummeting. He even said, well, they're just going to destroy Twitter, and that'll be that. But I will document the whole destruction, and then we'll know. No, that's not good enough, bro. It's not good enough to know that anti-whites destroyed the platform. We need to win. And what Slaughtz is mentioning there, and it's firmly our position, that Musk needs the concepts and dialectics that will empower business owners, individuals, users on Twitter, everybody out in society, so that when this conversation comes up about Twitter and should people be able to talk about X, Y, or Z on Twitter, should Twitter be left alone? Is it legit to crush Twitter? Why are they crushing Twitter? All of that gets discussed from the position of an attack on Westmen, white people, Western kind. Let the conversation, force the conversation to be about that, and Musk has a chance. Continue this conversation, trying to center it on the abstraction of freedom of speech, and you're going to watch Twitter become every bit as censored as it was prior to Musk owning it, and then maybe even eventually dying as a consequence. So it's more reason than ever to push these concepts and to try to get them in front of, getting them in front of Musk's face isn't going to be easy. But who are the people that he retweets? Who are the people that he shines a light on? If you can get to them, sharing the concepts and the dialectics, and get those people tweeting about those things, Musk will perceive it as it has worked beautifully with everybody, as this organic thing coming up through society. It's organic in that we're doing it, but we're doing it with intent. We're the people who are the motivation behind it. But he's going to perceive it as just like this general thing, and then he'll start using it. Then he'll start saying these concepts, and it would change everything. If he started tweeting these things to the many millions other content creators with millions and hundreds of thousands, they would be doing it. It would change everything quickly. And it would change the defense of him, his platform, and his other businesses in a way that would empower him and those businesses. It would empower the businesses that want to be able to advertise on Twitter, but are fearful of coming under the opprobrium because they look, societal opprobrium, because they look like they're immoral. If they're able to make the moral case with the concepts that we provide, then they'll be more likely to go and advertise on Twitter and thereby drive the value back up and make it profitable for Musk. But great point there. Let me check here to make sure that we didn't miss anything. And if there are any other comments or questions about whiteness, this concept, and should we use it, or my comments about whether or that it's just built off of a nickname, which makes no sense to identify with in and of itself. Are there any questions about that? I will elaborate. Just ask. Otherwise, anything that comes to mind in our final minutes that we're together, if you were listening on Twitter, you can feel free to share the live stream and ask for the mic if you want to talk about anything. It can be a talk about Texas. It could be a talk about something we already mentioned. It could be a talk about a concern or an expectation about what's going to happen in Texas, what's going to happen to the states that are supporting Texas. And I know some content creators have been talking about, is this how states in the United States resist the Democrat control which is an inevitability, the national democratic control, which is an inevitability as a consequence of the intruders, immigration in general, from non-white countries voting in a very different way that the majority of white people will vote. And will the states be able to resist this way by just saying, no, on this point, we're going to be confused. We disagree. On that point, we're going to disobey. And my answer is no. The Republican Party will change accordingly. The Republican Party is not going to, it's never been a party of white people for white people. Republicans, individuals, a person who wants to get in office and wants to do it as a Republican will change the points that he or she articulates, ideas, programs that he or she endorses or opposes, will change those accordingly based on the electorate that they rely upon to get elected. So you're not going to see Democrats may sweep in and have the House, the Senate, the White House initially, and as a Democrat domination. But Republican politicians will make a comeback with more anti-white points. And you'll end up with Republicans that are even more anti-white than they are today, more problematic for white people than they are today, more concerned with the instincts of biospiritual instincts of Hispanic people as that population blooms, with the biospiritual instincts of Asian people as that population slowly grows. You'll see. So it won't be this idea is so bizarre that some content creators are saying, well, the Republican Party will be the party of white people in so many states in America, and Texas is showing the way of how to resist that. When did the Republican Party become the party of white people? That has never been the case. I read my book, Born Guilty. I worked on the Hill and the Nerve Center for the Conservative Movement, and I watched them, the leaders of the biggest conservative organizations in America, and White House staff, reps from the Senate and the House, every Wednesday, off the record lunch, talk about incessantly how they were going to do more for non-white people. Never did they consider the well-being of white, not once. So it's not going to start. There isn't going to be a state here or a state there that suddenly becomes a white Republican stronghold. And as if that's even possible. It's not even, first of all, it's not legal. The decision of secession, the decision of state rule over the fundamental and meaningful power levers in governance has already been resolved. So the states would have to break the laws, and what would happen? Well, the federal government would use the courts in their favor, and then they would go and arrest the politicians that would be in defiance. They would try them for sedition, might even try them for treason. It wouldn't take many of these secret trials before nobody was saying these things anymore. And that's what happens with these sedition trials. I mean, they were back in the 80s. They were, they would go in, and the attorneys were allowed to say only a couple things about the trial. And one of those things would be that they weren't allowed to actually defend their client. They couldn't say more about it because these secret, these like sort of black box courts are off the record. And you go back and research that for yourself, because maybe I'm wrong about it all. Maybe none of it even happened. And, the ear is against the door. So you go check it out for yourself to make sure it happened. But this idea that there is going to form a new confederacy, not of the South per se, but of these different states around the United States that resists the Democrats, is preposterous. And really, it's a way for content creators to jog in place with their audience. and keep them showing up, keep them on edge, keep them paying, keep them financially gifting, keep them sharing and spreading the name of their content creator du jour that they have made into an idol so that they can be idle. That's all it is. So nothing, there is no possibility of that within the anti-white narrative. Slaughtz, you had something to say?
Yeah, with these conservative types, there's always a pretext of the strength of an economy. And so they'll even justify white erasure by saying that they need to be strong globally. But I think in the future, white people having their own countries, their own communities, is actually strength globally for America. But they always try to justify it under the abstraction of we need to erase white people to be strong globally, economically for America. And no, white erasure is not a global strength.
Yeah, so true. Yeah, that's one of the most revolting aspects of conservatism, is this worshiping of the God economy, and that white erasing our Western countries so that they can serve some sort of a obeisance to economy. Like they'll say, oh, it's going to make us richer. Talk about the selfish individualism on display of white people. And that's sickness, that's destroying us. Can you imagine? It's hard to imagine because it's so real and disgusting that you could have white people who are so selfishly individualistic that they say to themselves, well, if we just white erase, and that's what they're saying, white erase, because it's getting rid of white people by filling the Western countries up with non-white people. If we just white erase them, then we'll be a richer country. My mortgage will go down. I will have, and it's all of this I. It'll be easier for me to take vacations. It'll be easier for me to buy the latest whatever handbag or whatever it is. That matters more to them because they're selfish individualists than the people, than the body of the people who create Western civilization, where they can enjoy things like handbags and a good mortgage and a nice house and a safe neighborhood. But these are the arguments that a lot of these Republicans, what we're just talking about, it fits perfectly. It's a perfect segue to what we were saying a moment ago. That these arguments that Republicans, these anti-white Republicans make, they want to keep the conversation on abstractions and what's going to be good for the individual's pocketbook. And I'm afraid those days were always gone. Your pocketbook will be healthy if we have a healthy system. How healthy has your pocketbook gotten? I'm going to ask all the conservatives who might listen. How healthy has your pocketbook gotten over the past 5, 6, 7 decades of anti-whiteism? How much does a house now? How hard did your great-grandfather have to work? Your grandfather have to work to have a house, 2 cars, vacations? How hard did they have to work? How much was a car? How much was an education? How much did a house cost? How much do you have to work now? So you've had generations of anti-whiteism with Republican bastards, anti-whites, Republican anti-whites telling you this is for the God economy and this is going to make your pocketbook bigger. It's going to make you wealthier. You've had Republicans telling you that for decade after decade after decade. And yet now everything is so expensive, and you just look at the charts. It's not just suddenly happened with Biden. It's been coming along generation after generation. Now both white people have to work. They can't afford a family. They can barely afford a townhouse. They can barely afford a couple shitty cars. They can't take any vacations. That has worked out for you? White people, I think we know. It's written on the gravestone at this point. The selfish individualism of the white race has got to go. We have got to be a united people that achieve individual well-being by way of group well-being, like every other group on planet Earth does, to a percentage of each group, not every single person, understand. But white people are going to have to do this if white people are going to have well-being again, security, the ability to not be raped, murdered, harmed when you walk down the streets at any times of the day, the ability to go to school and send your children to school and not have them taught to hate, despise, and want to destroy you, even though you have been with them every moment, at every meal, praying with them, teaching them about God, teaching them about republicanism and ideals, teaching them about conservative ideals and the arguments of conservatism, which is all abstractionism. If you want peace, tranquility, good economy, you want an environment where mother can stay home with the children, which is best, but if that can't happen, that's the ideal. If mother's got to go work and father has to be home, some parent is home with the kids, but best case scenario, ideal. If you want mother home with the kids and inoculating them against anti-whiteism, you want father to be able to go to a work where he doesn't have to spend his entire life, where he's not there, from dawn till dusk and 6 days every week or whatever. He has no time for the family. You want dad to be able to be a father too, so that he can go to work, he can have a decent day of work for enough pay for a house, cars, and travel that is safe in neighborhoods that are safe. Then you're going to need to go free. You're going to have to invest in white well-being. You're going to have to use these concepts, because that is what gave us all of those things in the past. When we switched away to the God economy and all of the rest, we have suffered. We have another request, and I will pass it over. We have May. I'll pass it over to May. And hello, May. The mic is yours. If you unmute when you hear my voice, you have the microphone. Just.
Oh, hi, Jason.
Hey, how are you doing?
Are you recording right now?
I don't know if it's recording or not. You mean on Twitter?
Oh,
I'm
okay.
on YouTube.
I meant your show. I was like, I hope I'm not live during your show. I didn't know if it was just a Twitter space or if you were live streaming.
Oh, I'm live streaming too, at least for another 8 minutes.
Oh, okay. Well, I came in late, so I don't know if you already covered it, but I wanted to get your thoughts on the Texas thing, because I missed what you said about it. Like, I wanted to hear your thoughts. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, thank you. Yeah, absolutely. In Texas, I was just saying, I guess right before you showed up, that I think there's a possibility for hostility between state actors, agents, soldiers, and Fed actors, agents, soldiers. But I think it's going to take the form of like fistfights and angry shouting. These things will get videotaped, and they'll cause a lot of consternation and concern as they are shared across the media, because people will think that, oh, this is 1 minute away from some sort of a shooting environment. There won't be any kind of a shooting environment. There will be guys who are under stress from their superiors to get X done. And when they go and they try to carry out X and they can't because there are other guys who are under pressure to get the oppositional X done, then they'll end up potentially in big shouting matches, big maybe standoffs, and that will be seen. But don't let that scare you. There won't be any shooting. The federal government has, is it Title 10, Article 10? They're able to federalize all National Guard. They could take it all away from Texas in a moment. I think that would be the dumbest thing for them to do, because all of the drooling imbeciles in the country would then understand that indeed the federal government is at war with white America. So I think they'll let the National Guard of Texas and Virginia, that Youngkin has sent soldiers and airmen down, and who is at Iowa, sent state troopers, and we'll be talking about more of them in subsequent days. I think they're going to let them go ahead and secure the border there, and then probably redirect the illegal crossing to other points, maybe even outside of Texas, and punish Texas by way of pulling money from funding for schools, for health, pull licenses for wells, both oil and natural gas, not allow new licenses to be created. So they'll punish Texas in various ways for doing this. I would imagine they won't punish the other states who just support, because then that would be a little bit too widespread. They'll make maybe an example out of Texas. But the anti-whites in charge at the White House right now are dumb as all get out. They could do something as dumb as federalize the Texas National Guard and then have the exact same guys that put it up pull it all down. There's no possibility of civil war, and because that's all been decided, it's all illegal. And people referring to the founding documents and, you know, quote unquote state right, the states are not sovereign, and we need to realize we need to be adult and stop saying the states are sovereign. And James Madison said X, and you know, who cares? There was a war. The South seceded when it was legal, and we formed a country called the Confederate States of America. The United States invaded, and the United States won, and they made it thereafter illegal. So states became governing jurisdictions. That's all states are now, is governing jurisdictions. And we can't say any longer, well, we don't like to be part of this union. We're just going to go our own way. We're just going to disagree now. It's totally illegal. And the issue has been resolved with force. And the federal government will back it up with force. If they did it back when the country was 100% white, all the citizenry was white. There were non-white people, Indians and blacks that were present, but they weren't citizens. If the country was willing to do that when everybody involved was white, to the tune of 600,000 dead, they are more than willing to do it today. It wouldn't be nearly as problematic as it was when states were actual individual sovereign entities that were part of a union. What needs to happen, though, the remedy what can help is that all these good white people and the non-white people that support America, what they need to do is we need to give them the concepts, the dialectics that we teach here that change the way the conversation about our victimization is discussed, because we need to personalize this. It can't be about abstractions anymore. We personalize it, and then you get righteous, then you get angry, then you get fiery, and that is the place where we need to be. We need to be talking about white well-being in these conversations. We can't. You missed me a little earlier. I had a part where I was talking about how if we don't infuse these concepts, the argument is going to be about, even when Trump gets into office, what is best for all these non-white people who have come into the country. And they can be good. Some can be criminal. Most can be good, or they could all be good. The conversation, if it's about what's best for these people, is it best for them to be sent back, or is it best for them to be left in America? We will lose that argument, and there won't be any substantive movement. There won't be any consequential sum that are thrown from the country back to their countries of origin. It would just be perfunctory. The Trump administration would make a big look at what we're doing, like they did with the wall that didn't get built. And meanwhile, the vast majority of those people that have come in, to the tune of more than 33 states, would end up getting citizenship, because all that is going to be better for them. The conversation, when they say, what's good for these people, we need to say them, what is good for us? Why do you want to victimize white people? Why do you want to destroy the America that white people create? Why do you want to harm white children? Why do you want to impoverish white families by giving these jobs away? Why do you want to? That's where we have to come from in all of these conversations. And that's what these concepts and these dialectics do for us. It cannot be a conversation about what's good for these people who cross the border. And look how long that they traveled, and look at all that they're running from. And then, I mean, you think about the conversation. If you're not using these concepts, recentering the conversation on our victimization and why do they believe that they have a right to victimize us, and making them articulate that, because then we are the moral actor and they are the immoral actor. If we don't follow them down the road to what's better for all of these millions that have come in the country, is it better for them to stay in America or better than to go to Nicaragua? Back to Nicaragua. If we don't do that, then what do we see always as the alternative? Well, so what? How bad it is for them? Well, you're not going to win that conversation. That conversation has to be won at the dinner table, between family members, among friends, with coworkers. And you're not going to win the conversation by saying, well, who cares if they're dying down in their country? No, you lose the conversation. That's where the country was lost. That's where Western civilization was lost, at the dinner table. We need to be the moral actors at the lathe, at the dinner table, at the water cooler, on the public bus. And when we win there, we win our destiny back. If we lose there, then America's finished. With all of these millions that they've infused, it'll be votes for more to be infused, and it won't stop until this becomes a full-fledged Latin psychotic country like the rest of Central and South America. I hope that answered your question, man.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, it's interesting hearing your thoughts on it.
Yeah, you're welcome. Every Sunday, the last hour of the gathering, I open up the conversation to everybody on the Twitter space, and you're more than welcome. I know that you have a lot of Twitter spaces. You're more than welcome to come on over and hang out and share your views every Sunday, the final hour of the show. So thank you for showing up. But we are just about out of time. Look, Slaughtz, go ahead.
Real quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think something that's really understated about the whole take our jobs thing is that it's not just merely a job. It's really treated as a job in the political narrative. They're actually undermining the importance of a network. I mean, it's the social base of our everyday is our jobs.
Yes.
It's the social base. It's the path where our young can move up in experience and start doing more. It's way more than just a paycheck. It's way more important socially, culturally, to the country, everything.
Precisely. God bless you for saying that. It's so true. And it is, of course, as you just said, the pathway for especially what we need, what is optimal, young man to be able to get into a workforce, to climb the ladder by way of his innate talents, his training, the dues he pays, to be able to climb as high as he possibly can, to be able to have the resources to find a woman who will make a good partner and a wonderful mother to rear beautiful sons and daughters of the West. If white young men are not getting that, which they're not, if these jobs are being given away, which they are to everybody but white males, then those white families can't get made. And that is the wet dream of anti-whites. We're getting out of here. We have a last comment, Masizo Karf, those content creators won't be so rich when another ad-apocalypse happens. Well, so true. Yeah, they'll lose out at that time. And I won't shed a tear. But I'll close the Twitter space here in just a moment, folks. It's been glorious to be in service to white well-being and to have everybody here participate in service to white well-being. I want you to participate. I want you to become one of the promulgators of the concepts, of the dialectics, the practice that has already changed the way our victimization is discussed, and therefore the recapture of our destiny. It is coming down to this. We are heading, talk about wire. They're putting up razor wire in Texas, but we're coming down to the wire for white well-being. I want to see you all in the trenches. You know where to find them. You know where to find me. Love you all. Let's go free.